Topic: Emerging Global Trends in Historical Research and Pedagogy, a Transnational Perspective. Today we are very glad to have eminent personalities from various continents, Africa, Asia, Europe, and from different countries. So I welcome you all, the delegates from India and abroad, historians, archaeologists, from various universities, local universities, Hyderabad University, Central University. So we are having a variety of invited delegates. The conference is about to understand the pedagogies and teaching skills with research advancements in history. The main objective of the conference is this. So keeping this, now we would like to understand in this conference is about how the different nations are coming up to teach history and to do research in history with their advanced techniques, advanced ideology, radical ideology, democratic ideologies, to show the with history should be with proofs. So today it's a challenge subject for the history, that history is very much destroying the heritage of history under destruction. So we have to protect with the help of archaeologists. The history is constructed based on archaeology. That is why we have invited delegates from archaeologists to show the significance of archaeology in relation to the sources which construct to the history, archaeological sources, that it should be taken place and then history can be reconstructed through very systematically, scientifically and research based. So keeping all this, now this conference is going to aim and it's to fulfill its objective that the research and pedagogy were abroad, global, across the global, how it is taking place and how we can improve at the Usmania University level to benefit the students. So this is our main objective. Keeping this, I am very glad to invite you to all the speakers today, and our Vice Chancellor Sir for giving us this his precious time for this conference. I am very grateful to you, sir, on behalf of the Department of History. So I welcome our guest on the dais. I welcome our co-convener, to come onto the dais to receive the guest. Now, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Kumar M. Now, I would like to invite the today's speaker, keynote speaker. Madam is Professor Karuna Madam has done her education from Oxford University. Today Madam has come to deliver her keynote address for our university. Welcome, ma'am. And now I welcome our guest of honor, Professor E. Sudharani Madam, from Professor and Director in Bravo, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, Hyderabad. Where is another guest? Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now we have our inaugural address by Vice Chancellor, sir. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, Nawab Nawaz Ali Khan, who is the grandson of the 7th Nizam. We welcome you, sir, on the dais. on the dash. On the dash, you welcome, sir, to this occasion of international conference. Yeah. Now, our Usmania University, established in the year 1917, is one of the oldest and most distinguished university in India. Usmania University is accredited with NAAC by A grade, A plus grade, and university with potential for excellence. By University Grants Commission was established, and the founder of this university is Nawab Mir H.E.H. Nawab Mir Usman Ali Khan sir, the 7th Nizam of Hyderabad. This is the very premier institution which is now advancing in learning, research and transformation. Now about the conference, the Department of History, all established during 1919, it is running with the constant colleges and the main campus. We have 2 PG and UG courses. About the conference, the international conference is titled with the Emerging Global Trends in Historical Research and Pedagogy, a transnational perspective, focusing on the evolving nature of global historical research and pedagogy through the adoption of the transnational approaches. These emerging trends enables scholars to move beyond conventional geographical and conceptual boundaries, fostering a deeper understanding of global narratives and shared historical experiences by integrating diverse cultural perspectives and examining cross-border interactions. Researchers can more effectively unravel the complexities of historical process and events. The conference seeks to provide meaningful insights into the methodologies and theoretical frameworks of historical writing, thereby equipping students and researchers with advanced tools for historical inquiry. To achieve this objective, the Department of History at Usmania University has invited distinguished international scholars with extensive experience in historical research from across the world, with the aim of promoting academic excellence. Their expertise will significantly enrich students' understanding of research methods and theoretical approaches, enhancing scholarly engagement within the Department of History and Social Sciences at Usmania University, Telangana, India. The overarching objective of the conference is to strengthen the intellectual, cognitive and academic capacities of research scholars by engaging high-quality academic research that meets global educational and scholarly standards. The objective of the conference are to explore international standards in historical research with an emphasis on innovative methodologies, robust theoretical frameworks, and the effective use of diverse historical sources to enhance the quality of historical writings, to examine advanced pedagogical practices employed in educational research. Kindly all the delegates, I need to pay the attention. Delegates, invited delegates, kindly pay the attention. Invited delegates, kindly pay the attention. Invited delegates, kindly pay the attention. The objectives of the conference to explore international standards in historical research with an emphasis on innovative methodologies, robust theoretical frameworks, and the effective use of diverse historical sources to enhance the quality of historical writing, to examine advanced pedagogical practices employed in educational research across different countries and to highlight their distinctions from prevailing approaches within Indian academia, thereby empowering students to refine and strengthen their research methodologies, to understand a comparative analysis of pedagogical approaches adopted internationally and in India, highlighting distinguished teaching strategies that contribute to improve learning outcomes, to engage with emerging trends and transformative theories in historical writing that have the potential to redefine the discipline and inspire new directions in scholarly research. Sub-themes of the conference are global trends in historical research in different geographical regions, connecting global to local connections, trade and cultural exchange, relevance and significance, historical knowledge and historians, scientific method in historical research, evidence-based approach to study the past, adapted from empirical science to analyze human behavior and events, different scientific approaches, transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary, and also self-disciplinary, inclusive and subaltern studies, focusing on the histories of marginalized groups, women's history, people's history, teaching pedagogy, flipped classrooms. Sir, we are giving importance to flipped classrooms so that it should have the teaching, debate, discussion, analyze, to utilize the past knowledge with an inquiry-based, student-centric approach, with critical thinking to foster active learning methods and practices through field trip and technological integration. Emerging trends in the 21st century, economic and technological changes, trends in religious and social changes, challenges and changes to human welfare and moral values, cultures, human rights and gender, global issues, states, geopolitics and welfare, environmental degradation and migrations, to understand increasing poverty, slavery, disease through viruses, health and other related environmental issues, for bringing better solutions and to look into other contemporary issues with their historical perspective. So with this, I invite all the delegates across the borders, across the continents, across the countries. I once again welcome you all to this national conference. Thank you. With this, now I invite to inaugurate with the inaugural address our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Kumar M. Sir, welcome, sir.
Always like, sir, when you are there.
Sir, kindly.
కొంచెం ఇది పక్కది సార్. Very good morning. Today's guest of honor, Sri Nawab Nazab Ali Khan Saab, the grandson of the 7th Nizam, founder of this great Usmania University. Madam just now reminded about when the university started and all. You all of you know that university started in the year 1917. We successfully completed 100 years. Now we are entering into 109 years by this April. And is the true representative of Nizam family and fourth, like you know, the fourth generation. So thank you very much, sir, for your gracious presence. Dr. Karuna Dietrich Vilega, our distinguished keynote speaker from the University of Oxford. Welcome, madam. Professor S. Jitendra Kumar, Professor Indira, the head of the department and the convener of this conference, Professor B. Lavanya, co-convener of this conference, distinguished delegates from various places and faculty members of the history department, very specific in general, all the departments of all arts college, and my dear students, specifically research scholars. At the outset, I appreciate the Department of History for conducting such a excellent program by using RUSA funds, RUSA 2.0 funds. So I congratulate all the faculty members, more specifically Professor Indira Garu and Professor B. Lavanya Garu. So the topic also very interesting, emerging global trends in historical research and pedagogy. Feels, but yeah, this is a particularly a significant topic in the present day context, very much essential. You know, in the Usman University, in each and every department, all the faculty members and researchers, they are coming forward for conducting several programs. The academic ecosystem established perfectly in the Usman City, and in the month of February, almost every day some program is going on in some or other department in a very professional way. All the students really they are participating in a with passion and lot of interest. And in arts college, more than 20 times I came as a chief guest for various kinds of programs. This indicates that the arts college is really performing good, and all the faculty members, they are doing good, and they brought the academic environment in the Usman University, which is very much essential and expected by all the stakeholders of this university. Really, many congratulations, and we will continue this tradition in future also. And luckily we got RUSA funds from various government of India. We got 107 crores rupees, and almost we spent 60 crores rupees, still 40 crores rupees we have to spend. By 31st March 2026, we could able to complete that total money, and the release of funds little late, because of that this 40 crores also we could not able to spend, but we will try maximum whatever possible from our end to spend that money before 31st March 2026. So coming to the pedagogy, of course, is a big subject, no doubt everywhere without pedagogy there is no subject at all. And in the present day context, digital days and digital transformation, the era, and no doubt many changes required. In the teaching means earlier practice only one-way delivery. So in the Indian context also, if you look at various IITs, even NITs, and top central universities and top universities in the country. So teaching means people always feels that the teacher only the communicator. So the student is a listener. So this is the kind of things happening at schools, even at colleges, at universities also. 95% still the same kind of philosophy is going on in the teaching and learning process. But what actually the teaching or learning process? What is the communication? What is effective communication? What is effective teaching? So these are all very, very important at universities level. Now this is the right time to change our teaching, the pedagogy and at the same time the communication, and using the all the the latest state of the art infrastructure for the communication, effective communication or effective teaching purpose. So this is the need of the hour. So always I suggest to all the teachers, the teacher should be an effective communicator. So teaching, normal teaching everyone will do, but how the effective teaching one should do, always I explain. So effective teaching means the students, whatever the content delivered by the faculty, by involving the students into the discussion, and at the same time the content should be understood by the student in such a manner the teacher, one has to one has to disseminate the knowledge in the class in a serious manner. So obviously what happens, the student will learn maximum extent, and they will also participate in the discussions and debate, and some kind of opportunity shall be given to the students to participate in the debate. This kind of culture should begin in the present day context, very important. And coming to this particular, Usmania City, no doubt it is a mother of higher education in South India and in India, even worldwide. All our alumni spread across the world, and wherever you go, Delhi, Mumbai and other place, if you meet 30 members, at least 5 members will be Usmanians. And if you go to United States of America, if you meet every 100 members, at least Usmanians will be 10 members. In US also, in every gully, you take Dallas, you take New York, you take DC, you take San Francisco, you take any place, if you meet 100 members, 10 members will be from Usmania University. And Usmania journey started in 1917. So 1940s onwards, many of our students, they went to the US and other places, they settled and they established so many companies, they became entrepreneurs. Now they are owners of 5,000 crores and 10,000 crores, the industry owners and the business partners, and they are really excelling and serving the country and getting lot many benefits. So therefore, the present day concept is job seeker. The stage is, every student they always focus on public service commission and spending their time in the library, and only the option is public service commission, like that they are in their mindset. But there are several options. See, you can explore, right? Only the problem is awareness is a serious problem, and rigid mindset is another problem. And rigid mindset, they have to come up from rigid mindset to the growth mindset. So always you have to think in a positive manner, and so many avenues are there. This generation is very lucky generation, because the 30 years, 40 years back, whatever professor says, that is final, and there is no information, there is no communication, there is no awareness earlier days. In the present day concept, everything is in your fingertips, right? Your mobile, the internet is the main source, the students and even the whole society, they are exploring, and you can inquire. Only thing is the data availability and data information availability is plenty in the present day context. But unfortunately, whether it is the correct data, whether it is correct information or not, nobody knows. That is a big challenge in the present day context the world is facing. So no doubt internet and this Wi-Fi, this era changed a lot. The technological development and technological transformation is really excellent even in the India, and we are leading, especially in the whole world. We are the leaders, and we are leading also. The usage of the technology excellent in Indian context. If you look at our mobile revolution, 30 years back and 20 years back and 10 years back and 40 years back, if you look at the pager concept, pager transformed to one Nokia phone, only one model, one Nokia phone to several Nokia phones, and several Nokia phones to the touch screen, color. So like that, every day and every year some kind of modification is coming because of the research fruits. In that area, lot of research is going on. So ultimately, solving of the unsolved problems, and what is required to the society, what is required to the the stakeholders, that is very important. In that direction, they are identifying the gaps, and they are giving the best of the best solution to refine this technology, and at the same time to utilize this the technology and reaching to the all non-reachable, and irrespective of the education level, every the technology shall be operated with minimum efforts. So that is possible because of the all inventions, right? So one should contribute towards the invention, and innovation is very important to progress the society, to progress the the countries. And mobile technology revolution is a great kind of revolution in the world, and especially the Indians are using in a very excellent way. Our population is around 150 crores, but our mobile connections are more than 250 crores. So the usage is, see, unfortunately, in Indian context too, they use the mobile for unnecessarily unproductive purpose more rather than productive purpose. This is a serious kind of drawback. That is why all multinational companies and all the top companies, they are focusing on Indian business. So, because Indian business every day, and I know how much time you always use the internet and WhatsApp and phone calls. Many people, the phone calls they spend unnecessary matter for all important. See, every technology is having two sides. One side is the using of proper way for positive purpose. The other thing is negative way. So, any technology advantages and disadvantages are there. But how you are going to utilize the technology for the sake of advantage for the building your career, that is more important. So, similarly, the technology, especially UPI technology, bank transactions, you take any field, you take cinema field and you take any field, and previously, because the history is 40 years back what happened, and 50 years back what happened, 100 years back what happened. See, during those days only, when the technology was not proper. See, recently one alumni came, his name Aziz. So, he completed in 1966 engineering from the engineering college. He went to US in 1967, and after completion of his MS, he directly joined into company. He did for 5 years, and then he started business. So, now he is having 5 companies, 5 industries and 5 hotels. So, very successful person, and since last 50 years, and he really enjoying a lot his total in professional way, and he provided almost more than 500 employees working in hotels and as well as in industry. So, that is a great kind of the contribution and great kind of the confidence, because of during those days only they started. So, when the if you just to reveal or if you just to review the history, when the technology not proper, when the information not proper, when the resources not proper, they started their journey. So, that is a great kind of the challenge. So, today world everything is there, technology is there, everything in the fingertips information. And cinemas, if you look at 30 years back, 40 years back, or N.T. Ramarao and Chiranjeevi cinemas, at least 5 to 10 members used to die because of the queue, getting tickets on first day. And today, there is no such kind of situation is prevailing. So, this transformation because of the technology. And railway ticket booking, if you look at the history, 30 years, 40 years back, they used to spend completely one day for getting tickets at railway stations. That was the scenario. So, in any field, they used to spend their time and money, their valuable energy for the sake of small things. But today, within the seconds, within the fraction of seconds, you can do any kind of thing. That is the technological benefit. And UPI transactions, if you look at, and change, see, chillera, మీరు కూరగాయల షాప్కి వెళ్ళారనుకోండి, మీరు 100 రూపాయలు ఇస్తే వాళ్ళు ఏమి ఇవ్వరు. జనరల్ స్టోర్కి వెళ్ళారనుకోండి, 5 రూపీస్ ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ టు పర్చేజ్, నోబడి చిల్లర లేదని పంపిస్తారు. బస్సులో ఎన్నిసార్లు గొడవలు అయినాయి, చాలాసార్లు కొట్టుకున్నారు in the buses also because of lack of the change. So, today that problem totally gone overcome because of the UPI transaction. 5 rupees, 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 50 rupees, n number of maximum limit to 1 lakh. So, like that very easy and comfort. All markets, if you look at all, Monday market, Sunday market, vegetable markets and all, everywhere QR code, whether educated or uneducated, irrespective of the education level, the people are the using QR code, and they are making all sorts of the transactions in a very, very excellent manner. So, as per the statistics, RBI released one statistics regarding usage of UPI. 75% of the people using UPI transactions in India, which is the highest when you compare with the other countries, right? That is the adaptability usage of the technology, Indians are forefront. So, even uneducated also they are using, without knowing ABCD, they are using the UPI transactions, they are using the technological development, TV remote and the refrigerator remote and some other remote. So, remote locks also nowadays there, remote you can operate your door from here just by pressing button. So, like that, such a great kind of technology is there. We are in this great era. So, therefore, the students now, you can explore in the subject of history also. The history is the past, but you can also predict based on the history. So, with using some kind of AI, artificial intelligence techniques, see what is going to happen, certain areas you can easily project. Right, and histories also you can refine, history also you can, because the data available, information availability is tentative. But if you focus seriously, and you can easily refine the data, because so much of database is available in the artificial intelligence techniques. And coming to so transnational perspectives. So this is very, very important, translational perspective. What are the challenges in the transnational perspectives? Suppose, there are like 5 major challenges, 5 or 6. One is the nationalist, bias in historiography. This is a serious kind of bias. Why? Means strong nation and nation-centric activities are taking place. So which sometimes, discourage to participate one country to other country. This is a serious kind of disadvantage. So therefore, this aspect also we have to overcome, and it narrows often the limits and objectives of analysis of shared and interconnected, the information, whatever available in that country. Suppose a country is let us say, the nation-centric, they focus on so much of nation-centric. So in that case, the data exchange may not be happen. This is a serious kind of challenge. So researchers, you can also focus on this particular area. Then coming to the access to multinational, archives. This is another kind of problem. So language barriers is a main problem. Still, what we observed is some students from African countries, they have some kind of language problem. Some, students from like Afghanistan, so Bangladesh, and some students from Iran and Iraq, still, they are suffering from this language barrier. So when the language barrier is there, obviously exchange is very, very difficult, right? So language is a serious kind of barrier in the present day context. And restricted archives and uneven digitization make across border historical research difficulties. Here, the uneven digitization is there, but digitization in a systematic manner will help you a lot. But when the digitization is uneven, obviously the fruits we cannot enjoy. That is another challenge we are facing because of this particular problem. And another one is the methodological complexity. So integrating all these, the diversified, the sources, very, very important. This is, not happening in the problem. The timelines is another constraint. So timelines and interdiscipline subjects, etc., are the other kinds of constraints in the methodological complexity. And political sensitization and display. So because of this, the transnational history, this may challenge the official state to, some kind of, limitations. So because of official limitations, sometimes it is not possible to exchange because of the political and other kinds of, the system. So these barriers also, one should, come out from these aspects, and there is a lot of scope for exploring for research by the students. And unequal scholarly representation. For example, the research and developments taking place at some part of the region, not all parts of the region. Let us say the North India superior than South India, otherwise South India research is superior than North India. So north side of the globe and south side of the globe, east side of the globe, and the west side of the globe. These are all various kind of challenges. So when this kind of the what you call non-uniform kind of developments and history, whatever, so obviously it won't allow to explore further. So the research at regional level, research at nation level, research at international level, and this kind of the conferences, workshops and seminars only the better platform to make the uniform development in the research and uniform the development in all aspect will definitely help. That is why the main intention of the conferences, workshops will give a better platform to share the knowledge what is happening across the globe. So we can also take certain points and focus for the research. So these are all very challenging aspects in front of history. I hope the history faculty members and history students, research scholars should focus on how effectively we can utilize the artificial intelligence to explore the research further, because the days are interdiscipline, the core subjects only 60% and remaining 40% interdiscipline subjects, and how effectively you are using interdisciplinary subjects for your research. And the days are very challenging, and you cannot simply compete just like that if you not prepare properly, and if you not put your efforts, and if you want to publish good papers at international level, Q1, Q2, Q3 journals. As a student, suppose if you do a good work and if you publish your paper in the international journal Q1, Q2, Q3, and till date your name and your details nobody may not know to the society and especially the academic the family. But once you publish excellent paper, your name will flourish in all the libraries of the world, in the top journals. and you will be recognized as the best researcher, right, in this your area. So you can gain the credibilities by doing, excellent research. So therefore, you focus on interdisciplinary research and new areas and use the AI for publication purpose and getting research projects for the for the faculty members, and explore when you do the things differently, when you attempt the things in the differently, and some kind of, madam also said, critical thinking and analytical thinking, vertical thinking, horizontal thinking, 360 degrees thinking, these are all very, very important for the students. So this is only the time to explore and utilize the resources for making, your career in a very excellent manner. You will definitely excel once you publish the paper, once you do the excellent research, and you will be identified as a great researcher, and you can change the things. So the, education is only the tool. Education is only the tool. You see, who said this? Nelson Mandela, what he said? Education is only the tool to transform this world or to shape up your career. So what I just add is here, quality education, skill-based education is only the tool in the present day context to transform this world. So therefore, you make use of this particular tool in a very effective manner, just to add quality and skills to your existing, the knowledge. Obviously, you will be the top, the academician over a period of time, and you will get plenty of opportunities, right? And history research you have to do in a different way, right? And earlier research, because of lack of all the technological tools, could not able to explore, but by using the technological tool, and you have to take the history into the next level. So with this, I really congratulate the Department of History for floating such a wonderful program for the sake of students and in general the stakeholders and society. So thank you one and all for patiently listening.
Once again, I just like to talk about the universities who are participating here. University of Göttingen, Rwanda University, Oxford University, Manchester University. We have from Göttingen University 2 research scholars who are doing on one research scholar who is doing on Telangana Madiga leather communities. I would just like to talk about the research scholar who visited to us from Göttingen University. Research scholar name is Saidulu. Saidulu, kindly stand up. Kindly clap, Saidulu, who is working on leather in Telangana. He is bringing the focus on leather. He got very high fellowship, very rare fellowship it will be. He got one of the rare fellowships. So we should appreciate. Saidulu is from Nizam College student actually, sir.
So I am informing to the students that we are planning to send 60 students every year to abroad for the training programs and research, research related, the training programs and spending some time in abroad. Minimum 5 days to maximum 15 days, right? And 16 scholarship, 3 lakhs rupees maximum. We are planning to encourage all the research scholars and PG students. If they come with substantial kind of the proposal, and there is a committee will decide whether to promote or not based on your proposal. So we are ready to send to any country, right? African country, US, Australia, New Zealand, any country, that is up to you. So you make use of this opportunity. Every year 16 the candidates, PG or PhD, and maximum 3 lakhs, and otherwise whatever actions, right? So this facility you make use from 25-26 academic year onwards. We are planning to start this, and under the chairmanship of DGC Youth Professor Ramanage.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for announcing this. We are really grateful to you because you are now contributing to you are giving the opportunity to our students to visit various countries at a global level. Thank you for that, sir. We are pleased to have this. Now I would like to say within the country we have many from different universities from North India and South India. We have University of Kurukshetra, Professor Sahil sir, University of Lucknow, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Central University, Professor Victor Babu sir, and Ravi Kori Shettiar sir, archaeologist from the University of Dharwad, and Professor Kupu Ram from Rwanda University, Africa. Sir has specially come for us. And I would like to reintroduce our speaker, our keynote speaker today from PDF, Madam has done from Oxford University. Now Madam is working for India right now in Karnataka, Bangalore. So this very great privilege, ma'am, we have here you as keynote speaker. You have privileged us with your presence and your address. So we are very happy and glad to have you as keynote speaker. Thank you for that, ma'am. We are very grateful to our today guest of honor, Nawaz Ali Khan, because sir is the grandson of our seventh Nizam, the founder of the Usman University, H.E.H. Mir Usman Ali Khan. Sir, we are privileged to have your presence. It is giving us very immense pleasure and a very great honor. You all delegates are here today to address us and to enlighten us. And I am very happy and glad that our VC sir, Professor Kumar M, has given us very key points to understand how the research at global level throughout the transnational perspective it is taking place, and we should take the advantage. Thank you for your very high level enlightened address, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to we'll honor our keynote addressee by Vice Chancellor sir. We'll honor, then we will have guest of honor address because sir has to leave. Because sir is having busy schedule today, some 5 inaugurations are there, but sir has accepted ours to be the first. Thanks a lot, sir. So we'll honor our keynote speaker and guest of honor. Yes.
are also like offering scholarships to the scholarship PhD scholars, 5,000 rupees per month. So like that, 4 years. So you make use of this opportunity through the and non-net, non-net, the candidates. And at the same time, notification will come shortly. And make use of this opportunity only for our students. 200 scholarships we initiated. So you make use of that and try to explore whatever possible, right? And I always requesting all our departments to kindly avoid the shops. This is my personal, the feeling. And bouquets also. Some plants, otherwise one good book. Some motivation. Right? So that makes a great kind of initially only I told this, but many departments are not following. But at least now onwards, whenever we conduct some program, you give some good book to the guest. That is sufficient. All instead of memento, small memento is okay. But one book is better, and all these flower bouquets and shawls. I have 3,000 to 5,000 shawls at my home. And I'm not getting time to donate that to the, I'm ready to donate. If some student comes forward with some kind of, the connection, I'm ready to spend, half day for, all distribution purpose. Okay. So, and the mementos also every time I have 3,000 to 4,000 mementos. So all mementos packed and kept in saja. Because I do not have big bagara, that is the problem. So at least nobody using that. So the mementos concept and bouquets concept and this concept really I am little against. And if we give some book, that would help a lot. And at least in the journey and somewhere in the aircraft, you can when you travel to some distance, obviously that book definitely is going to help for better reading and better. Thank you. Of my busy schedule, just I'm going to attend other programs. And thank you very much, and congratulations to all the history department. Creative history.
Yes, sir.
Just for few seconds, no, we'll have a few minutes. We'll have a break, so that just I'll announce. inaugural after the break. We have now two guest of honor speakers. One is Nawab Nafaz Ali Khan, the 7th Nizam's H.E.H. Mir Usman Ali Khan's grandson, Nawab Nafaz Ali Khan, who is very well known across the world. Sir is getting us many benefits to Usmania University for the financial support as well as academic support. Sir, we are very glad to have your presence. So, sir is now going to address us. Kindly, all of you pay the attention. Be attentive. All the participants and delegates, be attentive. Break is completed. Break is completed. Kindly pay the attention to the conference. No more speaking on phone or no more turning here and there. Kindly give your attention mentally and physically. Thank you. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor speaker, Nawab Nafaz Ali Khan, the grandson of 7 Nizam, H.E.H. Mir Usman Ali Khan, who is the founder of the Usman University. So today we are very privileged to have you, sir. The generation of the Mir Usman Ali Khan, sir, who is witnessing the activities, the upcoming activities and the growing of Usman University. Sir is witnessing by coming here and all. And sir, we are privileged to have you once again. Kindly give us your very important message to us how the history department can develop in the world across the globe. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Dr. Karuna, PhD, Delhi Osmania University, Professor Thudarwani, former registrar, Professor Indra, convener, Professor Lavania, co-convener, distinguished guest, my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this distinguished gathering as Usmania University hosts the International Conference on Emerging Global Trends in Historical Research and Pedagogy organized by the Department of History. This event reflects the vibrant academic spirit of which our university has been known. Usmania University was founded by my grandfather, His Exalted Highness Nawab Mir Usman Ali Khan Bahadur Nizam VII, with a visionary dream. He imagined a place where free mind would meet, ideas would be exchanged without barriers, and higher education would serve society with knowledge and character. The dream continues to guide the university even today. Over the decades, Usmania University has grown into a premier institution dedicated to excellence in teaching, research, and social transformation. Its NAAC A+ accreditation stands a testimony to its academic strength, diverse scholarship, and global outlook. This conference brings together scholars to explore new strategy in historical research and to align with international standards. It will empower students and researchers to think critically, refine their work, and carry forward the legacy of envisioned by our founder. I wish the conference a great success. I thank Professor Indira Madam for inviting me to attend this program. Thank you.
Now, in future, sir is now very privileged to connect us to the world across. I think we are going to benefit more with this conference, inviting such gathering of the distinguished guests. So we are very happy that, sir, you have come to us and you have given us how to grow the history subject across the world by connecting Osmania University with different universities with different continents and countries. Thank you for that, sir. We are very privileged once again. Now I would like to invite our guest of honor, our beloved professor, student, and Professor E. Sudharani Madam, who is now the present professor, director of in Bravo, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. Madam is really now she is like daughter of Osmania University. We are very happy to have ma'am. We are very glad that you have accepted our invitation for inaugural program to deliver the guest of honor address. It's a very great honor for us and our students. They are very privileged, ma'am. Kindly give us your very insights of the subject so that we can progress. Thank you, ma'am. You are invited to deliver great guest of honor address. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Indira, for your very kind introduction. Respected chair and Sri Nawab Nazaf Ali Khanji, the grandson of 7th Nizam, and the keynote addressee Karuna Drichich Vielenga, Azim Premji University, and my dear friend Indira and the convener of the seminar, and Professor B. Lavanya, my another friend, and all the invited delegates, and Professor Rekha Pandeyji, Victor Babu, and all the faculty and the student friends. Good afternoon to you all. So today's, after listening to the Vice Chancellor, I just couldn't stop myself in stating that, I'm from Osmania, and then my research was on the women from the Osmania, like the Telangana state, where, the consciousness and participation. When he announced the fellowship, freeship to abroad, I could recollect one of my memory, like where, I have noted in my thesis also, and Rekha Pandeyji also knows about it. One Rupa Bai Fardunji from Hyderabad, she was granted the fellowship along with many other women who got fellowships to visit abroad, but she was the first to go to London, and Sarojini Naidu was also went to London to pursue her higher education. With the grants given by the Nizam, that time, I'm talking about late 19th century and early 20th century, to pursue the higher studies, she became the first anesthetist in the world, Rupa Bai Fardunji. So, our Telangana and Hyderabad state is privileged to have the historical personalities. And today's topic, I'm very elated to be here amidst you on the International Conference on Emerging Global Trends in Historical Research and Pedagogy, a transnational perspective. Very thoughtfully drafted and designed this conference. I appreciate the convener and co-convener for being taken this very important aspect of the recent historiography in the world, globally. And the aspects covered are very vast, and I'll just take a few minutes to just sum up what I would like to say or share in front of you very briefly. this historical writing, the global history, emerged in 1990s as a consequence of the globalization in the world, and global history first became widely used to begin with. It was the world history we all used to call it. Later, from 1990 onwards, it assumed its broader nature. And Ranke talked about the world history exclusively on Western world. In 19th, 20th centuries, Ranke's positive history, we all read about it. And universal history of the whole world was landed in, replaced by Eurocentric research was there earlier to this, but people talking about the different countries, they started writing about their people, their histories, their memories. And there is a Journal of Global History launched in 2006, and this gave a platform for all the scholars from India, US and other countries to share their views. So global transnational history, which we call today, aims to transcend local and national histories, and they such as, like, there are adequately explained issues like colonialism. They want to discuss more the global history, focus on more on the migration, commerce, environmental changes across the world. So history became more diverse, more inclusive, and more socially relevant in this present day context. So negotiating between the past and present, as E.H. Carr rightly said, it's a dialogue between, unending dialogue between the past and present, and theory and technique, and interacting between the archives and the experiences. Human experiences matters a lot, not just a chronicle of the events. So there are three strong historiographical trends we have seen in this present day context. One is global history, one is decolonizing the history, which is the inclusive history, and they also challenge the Eurocentric, elite-oriented, nation-state-centered narratives that predominated the world prior to the 1990s. So present-day context historiography is a set of social sciences study, which methods have been changed according to the changed times, and the sources have been changed, not just archival but also narratives, testimonies, human experiences, live lived-in experiences are the crux of the research or sources. So historiography is a scientific contemplation of the past and civilized world, but now doesn't stress on moral, religious matters alone, but rebuild on the processes. So this we need to understand when we talk about, different dimensions have been added. One is a multi-disciplinary approach in social history. And you all know, thanks to Karl Marx, who played a crucial role in transformation of integrating academic analysis, Max Weber in sociological perspectives, and Annal schools, the historian Mark Bloch, Lucien Febvre, strongly advocated this interdisciplinary approach in history. Fernand Brandl, he also added social, economic and environmental strategies. So having said this, inclusive history, we need to focus on this. Finally, this I'll take 2 minutes to explain. Inclusive history is to restore agency to marginalized communities. This is what I want to talk about. The Subaltern Studies Group, which was started between 1982 to 2005, they have published 12 volumes, Ramchandra Guha, like Padha Chatterjee and all, said that reshaped the South Asian historiography, recasting the people from below as agents of resistance, not mere as the subjects of elite politics. So the early volumes inspired by Antonio Gramsci, the fragmented consciousness building into that, to activism, They depend more on Gramscian theory and centered on the peasants' insurgency, while later on they drifted towards the post-colonial discourses. So this weakened the subaltern history, and by 1990s, the limits of project was very clear, and a narrow projection of the mere agrarian revolts, neglecting the caste and gender perspectives in it, made a sway or way to the feminist historiography and the Dalit historiography. So the Marxists faulted it for romanticizing the insurgency, while feminist and Dalit scholars exposed its silence on patriarchy, untouchability in the global context also. So Gayatri to some extent discussed this. So 1990 post-Mandal, the Mandal agitation, anti-reservation agitations, Dalit literature, plethora of Dalit literature emerged. So Dalit studies placed caste at the core, drawing from Ambedkar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, whose works, like, still we are not including him as a historian or a historiographer, but there is a strong need to include his writings as a historiographical accounts. Why I am saying is, he is the first person who brought intersectionality into the Indian discourses of the subject. He established the connections between the caste and gender, caste and poverty, caste and the inequalities. He considered the society as a graded inequality which pushed some persons, the more higher you go, the more reverence, and the lower the contempt. So this is what he called the graded inequality in his Caste in India, Genesis and Mechanisms, in his many other works, Who Are Shudras, and what, works on women. He is the first feminist historian to link the relation between the caste and gender, caste and patriarchy. The roots of patriarchy lies in caste. This is what the contribution of Babasaheb Ambedkar, where now the entire world is looking towards him. Now caste and caste-like structures, caste-based discrimination, descent-based discrimination, and all over the world, we have seen the Burakiman community facing the untouchability. We have seen the Romans in Latin America facing the untouchability, and now they have a Ambedkar Kola in Roman civilization, Roman country, Latin America, to address this problem in the through the lens of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So like new history, Dalit history, again we have seen the feminist historiography. The feminist historiography is a study of history through the lens of the feminist theory, emphasizing the roles and experience of women that have been neglected, overlooked throughout the history. So by examining the intersections of the gender, class, race and sexuality, so this feminist historiography enriches to understanding of history, and Dalit women questioning the mainstream feminist movement, like the black African American women questioning anti-women. They question this white women projections that, are we not women? So the same question has been Urmila Pawar, Meenakshi Moon, and several autobiographies have been written, Aidan and several other works, and we have seen how the feminists, Dalit feminists are bringing it to the forefront. To conclude, I just would like to, because I'm just jumping because of the paucity of the time, the 21st century history has to be, the historian precisely has to be a communicator, a team player, I'm talking about the pedagogy now, and a curator traversing many venues and the audience while upholding the academic vigor. This is more important. The quality and upholding the academic vigor is more important, and these changes have a great consequences in the classrooms. Teaching history has moved from the passive textbooks based instruction to active inquiry based learning. Digital archives added more to the learning. Simulations and multimedia narratives enable the students to become co-creators, not just passive listeners, as a co-creators of the information rather than just consumers. So they may be develop their own historical projects, look at original material and interest with the several points of view. So by exposing them to all these methods, the VC said, announced that, some amount grant will be given to the students who want to explore themselves. I'm very happy to the students or learners or scholars who go away or go abroad or outside the country to expand their horizon of their knowledge. This is what required, and we were the students of Usmania here in this premises. We were introduced to the seminar method. I don't know whether it's still continuing. Each of us used to take one topic and then discuss and debate, and the students used to contribute. So these positive aspects have been diminishing over the period of time. So we are depending more on AI and the gadgets at our hands. Like, I'm not saying this is wrong, but it is a development, technological innovations, but using for the right purpose and right time is the need of the hour. Thank you so much for listening.
Ma'am, thank you, ma'am, for putting such very insights of the topic, subject, history, how to improve it through understanding the historiography and historical method with the new teaching and learning methods as pedagogy. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us very key ideas and key knowledge to improve the university subject history and India's history. With this, now we'll have break, no? We Keynote? Yeah. Now we begin with the our main speaker today's inaugural. Yes, ma'am. I invite, shall we have? Yes, ma'am, shall we have? Come here. Now I invite Saidulu to give a brief introduction of our today's keynote speaker, Professor Karuna Madams. I invite Saidulu, who is a research scholar from University of Göttingen, Germany, who is also former Usmanian. He studied from Nizam College, graduation, PG, and PG from Central University, no? Central University. So I invite Saidulu to give the brief introduction of today's keynote addressee, Professor Karuna ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you once again for coming to the international conference titled on the emerging trends in historical research and pedagogy and a translational perspective. And I would like to give you a brief introduction about the speaker as a keynote speaker. The keynote speaker name is Dr. Karuna, and she has done PhD from University of Delhi, and then followed by she has done a postdoc at University of Oxford. Okay. Now she is currently an assistant professor at Azim Premji University, Bangalore, and her mainly focus on the labor history, especially the informal sector. So I don't want to take much time over here because we are running out of the time for the lunch. I understand. So in short, I would like to invite Dr. Karuna to address the students. Thank you so much.
Hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon. And thank you, Saidulu, for the very warm welcome. And I would like to thank the organizers, Professor Indra, Professor Lavanya, and the History Department of Osmania University for this invitation. I am greatly honored and privileged to be here. I would also like to thank Professor the Vice Chancellor, who had to leave because of his busy schedule, our honorary guest, Nawab Najaf Ali Khan, and Professor Sudharani, who just spoke before me and said a lot of things, which I think you're going to hear again. So thank you very much. I asked when I was invited to give this speech, I asked who is going to be my audience. Sorry, I also want to thank the most honorable guests, speakers and participants of the conference here, who are actually way more equipped to be keynote speakers and are way more senior to me. So in some ways, I also feel awkward, but I'm very honored by this opportunity. So when I asked, who's the audience, what would you like me to speak about, I was told that the audience would be largely students, apart from the conference participants. So what I'm going to say today might seem very ordinary and run-of-the-mill to the honored participants of the conference. So please forgive me. This is mainly addressed to the young students and younger researchers who are starting their journey of discovery in history. So, I teach at Azim Premji University, largely teach undergraduate students. And now we don't so much have interviews for admissions, but till very recently we had lots of interviews for admissions. And so in our admission interview, we usually kind of ask our students, why are you interested in history? Why do you want to do it? What will you do afterwards? Why are you not studying, some technical subject where, you think you'll get a job? Why are you not doing engineering? And so on and so forth. What interests you in history? And often we get, what is the use of history? Why should we study history? So then often the answer that we get is, oh, well, we can learn from history. We can learn from the good things we did, the past mistakes we made, etc. So when you push them further, say, but give me an example. What would you really learn? Do you think we can really learn from history? Then after some thinking, often we get answers of, oh, like the Harappan civilization, the drainage system, we can learn from that. But we don't seem to have learned for 2,000 years if we look at our cities or our villages, right? So, are we really learning from history? Or they say, oh, the Arthashastra or the way Akbar, ran his administration, we can learn administration. Then we say, but then aren't we a very different society now? Aren't we we are not feudal anymore. We have voting rights. What would we do with, administrative skills from that period? Then again, we get a slightly blank answer. So then what is the use of history, right? A question that apparently a young boy once asked his father, and this young boy who was asking the question was asking his father, who was Mark Bloch, a very well-known Annals School historian, which our previous speaker has already mentioned. So he was asking, and Mark Bloch then later on went on to write a book called The Historian's Craft. I would encourage every student in this audience to please go and read that book. And the circumstances in which this book was written also tells us a lot, because the book was written during the Second World War, when Mark Bloch, who had also fought in the First World War and was already a very, very well-established historian, was in the trenches in the French resistance against Nazi Germany. And he wrote this book in bits and pieces during the French resistance. He could not complete the book because he was executed when the Nazis caught him. So, his friend and collaborator, Lucien Febvre, whose name was also mentioned, then went on to publish the book. So it's an unfinished book, but a very worthwhile read. Though it was published in the 1950s, it still says a lot for all of us as historians. So I would like to quote something that he says there. He says, history, so his primary answer to what is the use of history, right, is not that, you know, you learn from past mistakes or thing, but it is to understand the present through the past, to attempt and explain how we got here. So to quote him, he says, we are historical beings, all of us humans are historical beings in the sense that we understand ourselves in terms of the stories and narratives we tell about ourselves. We understand ourselves in the present in terms of the ways that we have constructed and interpreted the steps of human action and meaning that led us to this point. So the key values of history include the intellectual interest we take in understanding the past and the meanings we create for ourselves by discovering and interpreting aspects of our history. So he goes on to say that, you know, what happened in the past you cannot go back and change. A battle lost, a fire that destroyed something, you cannot, or a civilization that died, you cannot go back and change it, right? But the knowledge of the past, how we talk about the past, how we construct meaning about the past, how we interpret the past, is something that is constantly changing, right? As the discipline transforms and you know, as new methodologies emerge, as new questions are asked, the way we understand the past, the meaning that we make out of it, and by that, the understanding that we create about who we are, that constantly keeps changing. And that is where the history plays a role and the historian plays a role. So you can never go back. So the historian's craft keeps updating itself with ever new methods. In the time of Bloch, Lefebvre, and others, they were pioneering new methods, identifying new sources. Till then, nobody had looked at, you know, parish records, looked at landscape, looked at electricity records. So in his book, he talks about, you know, records of the electricity company. He says, yes, those should also be looked at. Whereas in those days, what were primarily looked at were, you know, official state records, right? So the powerful, right? So this great power of history to shape the understanding of who we are has always been recognized by the powerful, right? The powerful have always known the importance of history, and they continue to do so. That is why we have battles over history. That is why there is a constant need to control the narrative of history, right? History was mostly written by the powerful to legitimize and justify their power. However, history does not and should not belong only to the powerful, right? And generations of historians, as already pointed out by the previous speaker, have worked to unearth buried histories and articulate alternative stories, right? So not very long ago, the European discovery of America was proudly declared as the beginning of history in those continents, right? Before that, no history existed on those continents. America was believed to have been born through the tireless efforts of men who believed in freedom and justice. So this is the founding story of, you know, America. This official version has been challenged by historians, especially black and indigenous ones, uncovering the erasures in that version of history, documenting the stories of genocide and slavery that went into building this apparently free America, as well as, but not just documenting destruction and genocide, but also documenting the hard work, the hard labor, the creative work of women, of black Americans, of indigenous people, of workers, of activists that went into building the society that America is, right? So we often forget the hard work that goes on behind the scenes, right? War and destruction is very apparent, but the hard work that goes on day by day inside households, in neighborhoods, that goes into building the next generation, in building new society, often is not hidden. And the hard work that historians have done is to bring that to light as well. And I'm sure, I mean, this is a story of the history of US, and we can see now how right now this, I mean, the version, so in US, the words black history are being banned, gender is being banned, right? So this attempt over decades of historians and others to push back against these singular powerful narratives is now again facing its own pushback. And I'm sure we can recognize similar patterns across the world, right? It's not just happening in America. Before diving into a discussion on the historical method and the importance of archives, I would like to dwell a little bit on what another great historian said about the relevance of history. So the person I would like to refer to is Gerda Lerner, who, again, very interesting to see how she came to be a historian, right? And the kind of history that she wrote. Gerda Lerner was Jewish and fled Austria when the Germans invaded, fled to the US, worked for many decades as an activist in different roles, did different things before entering academia. But after entering academia at a later stage in her life, she was a pioneer in setting up what today we call as women's studies departments and women's history. So here is what she says about why history is important. All human beings are practicing historians. As we go through life, we present ourselves to others through our life story. As we grow and mature, we change that story through different interpretations and different emphasis. We stress different events as having been decisive at different times in our life history. And as we do so, we give those events new meanings. People do not think of this as doing history. They engaged in it, though they engage in it often without any special awareness. We live our lives, we tell our stories. It is as natural as breathing. Our self-representation, the way we define who we are, also takes the shape of the life story we tell. What we remember, what we stress as significant, and what we omit of our past defines our present. And since the boundaries of our self-definition also delimit our hopes and aspirations, this personal history affects our future. So how we see ourselves, both personally and as a collectives, affects what kind of future do we dream of, right? So there is a very clear connection between the past, the present, and the future. For humans, having a history is important for having a sense of self, both for individuals as well as collectives. It is as important as having a livelihood. But then, since everyone participates in society and history from different locations and vantage points, the histories they make and narrate cannot be a single story, right? Your story will be different from my story, even if, we participated in the same events of history. So, is it possible to have multiple stories, or is there only one version of the story? Are plural narratives possible? I guess it is, and there should be plural narratives, though the powerful in society often want to control the narrative. So the challenge is, as historians, how do we make space for plural narratives? Various groups and communities, in order to make space for themselves in the world, need to recover and articulate their histories, their role in building the world we now occupy. Histories that were thought to be non-existent, unimportant, or dangerous, and therefore silenced. Thus, it isn't surprising that women's history came into being in the wake of the women's movement, or that black history was pioneered by those who were part of the anti-racist struggles, or that the question of caste in history has emerged since the 1990s and 2000s alongside anti-caste movements. Till C.L.R. James wrote the history of the Haitian Revolution, the history of revolutions was European. What revolutions do you know? You know the American Revolution, you know the French Revolution, you know the Russian Revolution. How many of us know the Haitian Revolution, which was one of the earliest revolutions, right? Haiti was the first country to gain its own independence from colonialism, to overthrow slavery, to abolish slavery. But how many of us know that history? And it took a black historian, Trinidadian historian, C.L.R. James, to tell that story, not just to say, okay, we need to include this story as well, but to interrogate the larger narrative about revolutions, and that revolutions only happen in the West. And also to confront the narrative that, the abolition of slavery was was something because of the benevolence of white abolitionists, right? But the struggle that slaves and ex-slaves put into the overthrow of slavery then questioned that dominant narrative. Thus, the historian's craft is one which is always a conversation of the present with the past. Questions arise in the present. Movements, changes in contemporary society give rise to new questions and new interventions. And this brings me to the question of the historical method or the historian's craft, for which I again turn to Bloch. So it's very interesting that Bloch calls what we do as historians as a craft. So a craft is not something that you also learn just theoretically, right? A craft is something that you learn by doing, and already there was talk about how we need to shift our pedagogies to learning by doing. So, but how does a historian do history, right? So the historical method, even though Ranke's view of history, which is the positivist view of history, that, history is just there and the only thing you need to do is line it up and tell it the way it is, no longer holds sway in academia. Things have, however, things have not changed so much at the level of the school or even college history. In college and school textbooks, we still teach history as though it is one story and as though it is a given. And we are all tested in MCQs about the correct narratives of history. In such assumptions of history, the sources are expected to speak for themselves, with the historians playing a passive role. In a century and more of history writing, since the time when positivist history school held sway, numerous historians have demonstrated the fallacy of such assumptions, showing the active role played by historians in choosing which pieces of evidence to use, how to connect them, and build a narrative, what kind of narrative to construct, and so on. Indeed, if anything, the understanding of what the historian's craft is has swung to the other extreme of the pendulum, with arguments being made that it lacks any objectivity, that you cannot be objective in history. It is as subjective as, say, writing a novel. It's not very different from fictional writing. Personally, I feel it is important to be aware of our subjectivity while striving to keep the rigor of the craft by laying it open to be assessed, interrogated, and critiqued by fellow historians, right? So I think it is important to recognize who we are, where we stand, our role, our subjectivity, however, without the loss of at least, trying to maintain the rigor and subjecting our own arguments, our own evidence to the critical analysis of others. So something that Mark Bloch says is that, sources only tell you something if you ask them something, right? So Professor Korisetta is here, and I'm sure the moment he enters a landscape, right, to him, so many stones, landscape features immediately speak. They won't speak to you and me because we don't know what question to ask them, right? And because of his practice, because of his experience, he has the right questions that can be asked, right? So what you get out of a source entirely depends on the questions you ask it. Till then, the source is mute. Often students worry that a certain set of sources have been used by someone else. Oh, what will I do? This subject has already been studied. This archive, everybody has already seen. Will I get any new archive, right? These are often questions that bother young researchers. However, two different people can look at the same set of sources and see totally different things. Forget about then, what argument they make out of it. That is even the next step. But what do you see, right? And what do you not see? I'll just give you a very small example from my own research. So I worked on handloom weavers in the Madras Presidency, and as you know, textile history is, one of the more researched fields because of the different East India companies and the records and all of that. So I was looking at records which many historians before me had also looked at, right? However, I found something strange there which I did not expect, and then I was wondering what to make of. I found lots of, so usually, I mean, I know more about the Tamil districts of the Madras Presidency. So the well-known weaving communities are the Saurashtra, the Kaikolar, the Saliyar, and the Devangar. So you expect to find them in the archives. Now, besides all of these, I found many, hundreds and thousands of Parayar weavers, right? But so all the secondary literature that I had read had hardly noted them. And if they had noted it in passing, saying, yeah, there are some part-time Parayar weavers, and they moved on, right? But for me, this became a very big question. Who are these weavers? Now, what do I do with this information? So you can choose to ignore it, but then if you choose to see it, it's not enough just, okay, I can count, in different districts how many Parayar weavers, and I can say, okay, there were this many Parayar weavers. That's just giving you some data. But do I stop there? How does this information fit into the existing story? History is like making a puzzle, fitting a puzzle together. You have different pieces that you are fitting together. So you have this now new piece which was not there. Where do I fit it? What story do I tell? How does it fit into the existing narrative, or how does it question or challenge the existing narrative, right? So apart from saying, okay, there were Parayar weavers, and later on, somehow in the 20th century, they disappear. So then having to explain why do they disappear, the larger question that a historian should ask, and that is where interpretation and argument come into play, is that now, how does this help me ask a question about the role of caste in, specifically in handloom weaving, but more generally in economic organization, in historical changes, and so on. And so that pushed me not only to document Parayar weavers and their disappearance, but ask a question of how caste operated, and then go on to do a comparison of the Saurashtra weavers and the Kaikolar weavers and the Parayar weavers, and what role did caste play in kind of shaping their different futures, right? And it operated differently. It didn't operate the same way for Saurashtra weavers as it operated for the Parayar weavers, right? So here is some scattered information that you see in the archive. Many people have seen it, but actually haven't seen it, right? You see it, right? And it attracts your attention. Then what do you do with it? Do you just present it, or do you go further to use that as a vantage point to ask new questions and try to answer them in new ways? Just to give you another example, cookbooks. Cookbooks, I think some 50 years ago, people would have thrown, if you are clearing up a house or clearing up something, clearing up a library, and you need to create more space, cookbooks would have been the first thing to go into the bin, right? What use are cookbooks, right? But cookbooks are such valuable archival material, right? Again, you can use cookbooks to ask many different questions. If you want to ask a question about recipes, you will get an answer about recipes. If you want a question about asking about, what kind of ingredients were, used, say, in the 1920s when this cookbook was being used, you will get an answer about that. If you want to ask a question about caste, you will get answers about caste. But unless you ask that question, you will not get that question. Who wrote this book? Which community was eating this food, right? And that question was not asked 40 years ago. You can ask a question about gender. Again, the language in which it is written, the language, often cookbooks were accompanied by, how a good housewife should behave, how she should wash the vegetables, and so on. So if you are asking questions about, how the household was organized, what role did gender play, then you will get those answers from the very same cookbook, right? So a cookbook can give you different answers depending on the kind of questions you ask. So being grounded and curious is very important. And connected to this is the ability to be surprised by the archive and rethink our own assumptions, right? So often we already have, it's okay to start with a hypothesis. All scientists start with hypothesis, right? It's okay to go into the archive having a rough idea of what you want to do and what you think happened, right? But the danger is when we want everything to fit into what we already think. The importance is to be all right to be surprised by the archive. Oh, this is not something I expected. Now, what do I do with this information? How do I fit it into the larger picture, right? So again, I would quote from Gerda Lerner, a meaningful connection to the past demands above all active engagement. It demands imagination and empathy so that we can fathom worlds unlike our own, contexts far from those we know, ways of thinking and feeling that are alien to us. We must enter past worlds with curiosity and with respect. When we do this, the rewards are considerable. And here again, I feel, you know, we should enter the archive with humility and not with this, that because we have, you know, the power of the written word, that we know how to interpret what was there in the 19th century. That there are other ways of knowing out there in the world, you know, which we have to work with, which we don't have, right? But we need to work with people who have those other kinds of knowledge. I'll give you just one example. I hope I'm not taking too much time, but I'll give you another example. This was narrated by the archaeologist Selva Kumar when he came to our university for a talk, and he said they were looking at some cave paintings somewhere in Tamil Nadu in the Salem district, and you know, they were making assumptions about what these things represented. Oh, this must be some ritual, this must be this, that and the other. When they started interacting with the communities that live there now, right, many hundreds of years later, and you know, they were talking to them about their livelihoods, their practices and so on, and then we're also asking them, what are these? What do you think these drawings are? And immediately one of them pointed to something and said, oh, this is, you know, how, this is the rope that you climb to reach the beehive. These communities, they extract. So immediately they had an insight, which because of their knowledge and their knowledge system and their living experience, threw a totally different light on what, you know, these big professors were assuming, right? So it is important to not look down upon these other kinds of knowledges. So if you are doing research on handloom weavers or on leather workers, it is important to spend time to respect and to learn from the knowledge systems that they possess, right? The other thing that Mark Bloch says is cross-examination is the prime necessity of well-conducted historical research. Documents speak only when they are questioned. The light of evidence must converge from sources of many different kinds, right? So it's very important to ask cross-questions. The next task, which I've already touched upon, of the historian is to build a narrative, to construct an argument, not only interrogating the sources to establish authenticity, but then using them to provide new perspectives. So here I would like to take an example from the large and ever increasing feminist scholarship, right? So feminist scholarship or feminist perspectives on history did not just drop down from the sky one day. They emerged from the women's movement, right? From people in the women's movement saying, but where is our history? And here I want to link back to what I said in the beginning. All of us as individuals, as collectives, need history to determine who we are, right? So the women's movement also needed history to say who they were, who we are, right? And that's how they started. So many of the early feminist historians came not from the hallowed halls of academia, but from the women's movement. And same goes to, you know, whether it is black historians or anti-caste historians, right? The job that feminist historians did was not just, okay, 50% of the world are women, and so what were women doing in different parts of the different time periods of history, we need to document that. Yes, very important job, but that is not sufficient, that is not enough, right? Feminist historiography not only documented what women were doing in history, but interrogated mainstream narratives of history through the lens of gender. So take any golden age, whether it is Renaissance period, you know, or ancient India, or any period, there will be a golden age in the dominant narratives, right? What feminist historians asked was it a golden age for women? Golden age for somebody does not mean golden age for everybody, right? So the feminist historians asked the question, but golden age for whom, right? So Professor Uma Chakravarti's book, Whatever Happened to the Vedic Dasi, right, is an important question as to, you know, these dominant narratives, right? Similarly, feminist historians not just documenting women who participated in the national movement. Yes, very important. However, what role does gender play in constructing the idea of a nation, in constructing the idea of, of nationalism, right? Which is a very masculine idea, right? And the role that, gender played in the construction of these identities. Why do we have a Bharat Mata, right? How did Bharat Mata become the symbol of nationalism? And what kind of Bharat Mata? Is it a, silk sari clad with lot of jewelry, upper caste looking Bharat Mata, or are there other kinds of Bharat Mata as well? So who represents the nation, right? So this is where a gendered lens, so this is not just add and stir kind of history, but it is using your vantage point, using the particular lens to ask new questions and challenge existing narratives. So I will leave it at that. We can discuss more if students have questions later on. But I would like to move on to another important and very connected issue, which is that of the archives. So all historians need archives, right? And I've already said that, what are archives needs to be redefined. Usually archives are in locked, state departments, and the narratives, the documents of the state are the biggest archive that we have access to, right? Now, it's a big challenge because those don't record voices of people on the margins. So what do we do to tease out, the voices of the people on the margins? One is, of course, to interrogate those sources critically, right? But the other is also to build alternative archives, right? And that is a very, and especially in today's world where, especially in our country, where we don't seem to value, old things. We all throw them to the kabadiwala. We just need to go to any library to find, how everything is disintegrating. So it is a matter of urgency to collect, new materials, to collect oral narratives, to collect them and to preserve them for the future, right? So, and it is not, it is also, and we also need to recognize that this is also an act of power. What do you choose to keep? What do you choose to throw away? Itself, in many ways, determines what histories can be written and what histories cannot be written, right? So here again, I would like to go to, it's there on YouTube, you can watch this film by Professor Uma Chakravarti called, I think it's called A Quiet Little Entry, which, is an exploration of the history of an ordinary housewife, a Brahmin housewife married to a salt inspector, right? And that narrative is built from a few scraps of evidence that were found in her trunk. One was a library card. The other was, the receipt for a donation paid to the Indian National Congress. Something else was a small, the red booklet of Mao. All sorts of little, and some personal letter. So using these scraps of material, the history of not just this woman, but of a wider history of women who otherwise have not been seen as participating in the national movement was constructed, right? So often we look at stuff in our lofts and in our trunks and we think, oh, this is all rubbish, throw it away, right? So as historians, you really need to guard against that. What can become archives? Matchbox covers, oral histories, songs, even pieces of cloth. I was talking about different kinds of knowledge systems, right? Textile swatches, I work on textile history. So bits of textiles, right, are very, very valuable sources. But the way I will look at a piece of textile and what questions I am capable of asking and the answers I am capable of getting are very different from the questions that a weaver will ask of the same piece of cloth, right? I've had this experience of going with a weaver to, to a British museum archive and us, interpreting and drawing very different kinds of information from those pieces of cloth, right? So that leads me to the other question. Okay, we will collect everything and we will keep everything, but the question becomes archives for whom? For what? Right? To tell whose stories. So today the digitization is a craze. You want to digitize everything. And why do we want to digitize everything? Because we want, as historians, we don't want to go sit in a dusty archives and work. We want to, at home, sitting with the AC to get all the information that we want to get. So all this digitizing is for whom? For the already the privileged researcher, What happens to the people whose histories those are? Do they have access to it? So recently I have been involved in the digitization of Handloom Weavers Union material. So the question becomes, once that is digitized and once it is put away in a library, who has access to that? Is that being digitized for me and for other researchers probably sitting abroad? What happens to the people whose history it was? Do they have access to it? Can they make their own stories about it? Can they also have a conversation with the researchers who are writing it to, say, what are you writing about us? Can we be part of the conversation? And here I would like to point to yet another archive. So many of these new archives are being created, often by people who are in the midst of struggle and not for the purposes of research. You look at the Bhopal Gas Tragedy Museum. Why is it important that there is a Bhopal Gas Tragedy Museum? It is established by the survivors of the Bhopal Gas Tragedy, who already have huge struggles just to survive, but they feel that it is important to document that history and to tell their own story, right? So their effort is not for researchers, it is for, for their own community and for telling the world their version of the story, right? Coming back to this, so the other archive I wanted to point out was the Kamra archive, which is a queer archive based in the National Law Institute in Bangalore. It is not a digital archive. They have consciously decided not to make it a digital archive. Why? Because it contains very sensitive material of people who are involved in the queer movement, especially in the lead up to the challenge to the Section 377. Not very long ago, they were all illegal people, right? And this is all very personal stories of personal information. But it is there. You can go there as a researcher, you can engage with it, but you also engage with the people who run the archive. So you also engage with the people who have created that archive, so that you know that history and so that you have a dialogue with that history before telling your own narrative about it, right? So I think it is important to create these dialogues. It is important to think, how do we store these material? What kind of metadata do we create, right? Metadata is something where search words. So what kind of search words do we create? Who is it useful for, right? So these are all important questions that we need to keep in mind when, making archives. So finally, and I will take only a few more minutes, coming to the topic of this conference, which is, global histories and transcending national geographies and national histories, right? So history as a discipline emerged in the age that the world got organized into nation states. So this is an incredible coincidence that history as a discipline, taught in universities. History has been written for a very, very long time, but as a discipline taught in universities in a big disciplinary way emerged alongside the emergence of nation states, right? In the past few centuries. In the colonized part of the world, as in the case of India, history came to be written in the framework of the nation state. So when do we start writing our own histories? Just after independence, right? So the framework that we use is the framework of the nascent new nation state. As Hobsbawm, Anderson and others have shown us, constructing a shared history is important in imagining the nation into being, right? If you read the work of Anderson called Imagined Communities, it shows how nation states are actually very recent in history, right? We like to believe that, or most nation states like to believe that they have an uninterrupted history of 2000 years, but nation states worldwide are only a few centuries old, right? And these nation states were created through historical processes. And in that creation, history played a very important role because you had to create that sense of belonging. You had to create that collective identity, and to do that, you had to construct a shared past, right? So constructing a shared past was very important part of the nation building agenda, right? So if you look at all the major thinkers during the anti-colonial struggle, you can look at Nehru, Gandhi, Savarkar, the whole spectrum. You can look at people, Ambedkar, from different ideological, different ideological thinking. You will see that all of them engaged with the past, right? Because at that point of creating a national identity, thinking about the future, you had to engage with the past. And it's very striking to see how their visions of the past were so starkly different. And this is something we do our students. It's all, we were talking about pedagogy and, interactive learning. We ask our students to read excerpts from Ambedkar, from Gandhi, from Savarkar, from Nehru, from all of them. Read, and what did they think about the past? And if you look at Nehru and Gandhi, who did not see eye to eye. Nehru wanted an industrialized India. Gandhi thought that the future lies in the villages, right? However, both of them look at a very nostalgic past, right? Of, this, some continuous Indian, past, a shared past, right? Whereas, Savarkar in many ways shares that idea also of a continuous past. Whereas people like Ambedkar, Tagore and Periyar question the existence of such a shared past. When a country is divided, when you cannot even enter somebody else's house in your own village, where is the shared past, right? Was the question that Ambedkar asked. But, so what I want to point out is that history in the course of the nation building was very, very central question that all these thinkers raised questions about, right? So the framework that they worked in was a nationalist framework, right? But again, one needs to remind ourselves that nations are only a little more than a couple of centuries old, right? So now, especially since globalization, since the 1980s, 1990s, people have moved away from talking about or focusing exclusively on national histories. Again, questions have come to be asked about global histories. So, but then is global just a postmodern, fancy way of looking at things? What changes if you stop looking at things only from a nationalist framework and you look at it from a global framework? I think globalization or global networks are not something just very recent and modern. They are very, very old. So if you get out of a nationalist framework, then the first global thing that you can look at is the very the population of our world. Today, DNA, techniques in DNA analysis show that we all share common ancestry just 70,000 years ago, that we all emerged out of Africa 70,000 years ago. So in a sense, we are all migrants. So, and migration is not something new. Migration has, happened over the centuries. Often the kind of millets we eat, the millets which we see as, ancient millets, ancient knowledge, these millets we share with Africa. Many of the kind of things that we take for granted in, I'm sure in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, the green chilies are like essential part of the cuisine. When did they come? A few centuries ago. Where did they come from? Across the seas, right? So whether it is ideas, whether it's the dress we wear, whether so many central parts of our own identity have crisscrossed the oceans and crisscrossed the mountains, right? Whether it is through the Silk Roads or whether it is through the oceans. So taking a global perspective immediately, changes what you are looking for, changes your analysis of, who belongs, who doesn't belong, who is a migrant, who is not a migrant. All these things become, you are forced to look at them fresh. So a global lens also brings into sharp focus another very pressing issue of our times, namely climate change, right? And I think the COVID was also a very important point to kind of shift our horizons to the global. Recent historiography has suggested that one of the key causes for the decline of the Indus Valley was probably changes in the climate. We now know that different cold and hot waves had significant impacts on the course of human history. The volcanic eruption in the Indonesian islands of Toba, have evidence, and Professor Kori Settar has looked at them here in the, on the Deccan, right? And future historians will probably study how human-caused global warming affected gig workers and construction workers laboring in the increasing heat in India, right? So taking a global perspective not only asks us to look at things differently as it comes to borders, but also the kind of questions that we ask, which include the questions of environment, right? Global history allows us to do comparative history, and I think that's very, very important. You compare what is happening here with what is happening in Japan, with what is happening in Latin America, in Africa, and so on. It allows space for connected histories, right? We often think of oceans as dividers, right? We have a very land-based thinking and a very border-based thinking, right? But is the ocean a border for Kerala, or has it always been, a connector to something else? And similarly for the Coromandel Coast, I think we have more things to share with Southeast Asia and with East Africa than often we have to share with North India, right? So it allows for connected histories. And it also allows us to look at, how global systems work. Capitalism is not constrained by national frameworks, right? Today, Amazon is the biggest, it's even bigger than different economies, the US economy included, right? So capital does not understand borders. So if we want to understand capital, again, we have to, go beyond borders. And similarly, it also gives us an opportunity to connect the micro to the macro, the local to the global, right? And so it is not necessary that you only look at the meta-narratives, but you look at something very local. I will end now with a very small example, again coming from textile history. What were called as Madras checks, which were produced on the coast of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, were very integral to the slave trade in crisscrossing Africa and ending up in the Caribbean, right? And these Madras handkerchiefs were worn by slaves and ex-slaves and became an integral part of their identity. So by just following this one piece of cloth, right, across the oceans, you have new perspectives which you never knew existed, right? So the global history opens up very new ways of looking at history. However, I would also like to have a word of caution. Often there are, fads. Somebody says this, and so you have to do global history because that's the fashion, right? I think we need to be true to our sources. We need to start with where we are located. We need to start with the history and with the archives that is in front of us and work from there. It has to be an organic connection. So for example, when I worked on my PhD thesis, I was always very irritated when people told me, global, look at global. I said, no, I'm not interested in the global. I'm looking at, I'm not even looking at the coast. I'm interested in ordinary kinds of weaving in the Deccan and in the interior areas of Tamil Nadu. That's what I'm interested about. So, but once I finished my book, once I finished my research, and then, was mulling over it, then I realized, yes, it is then important to look up and look at the broader scenario, to compare with what is happening in Japan, to compare with what is happening elsewhere, to also see what role did, say, home-based production, the labor of women and men, contribute to the global rise of capitalism, right? So women in China, women in India, women in Europe, how are these histories connected, right? So it is important then to move on to it, but without, without engaging with it as a fad. So I will end. I know people are getting restless. I'm sorry. So thus, as historians, a lot, and as budding historians, a lot rests on your shoulders. How we reconstruct our past, the voices we allow to speak, those that we silence, what we choose to remember and what to forget, shape how we view ourselves in the present and shape the kind of futures we imagine for those who come after us. And therefore, this task needs to be done with a lot of honesty, integrity, care, and reflexivity. How can we write more inclusive, plural histories by at the same time being rigorous, human-centered, and carrying ethical responsibility? I will end here. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity and for listening to me very patiently.
Thank you, ma'am, for that such very insight the challenges which we have, Madam, focused, the inside challenges which history is facing today. Madam has given us about the archives which the past products like we throw as waste. Madam has focused on that, saying that there is a significance of such products. So we should understand how to use our archives is the Madam has given us. So Madam has ended with a question, how to reconstruct the meaningful present by using the past. So we have to understand with this keynote address that you all research students here, participants, that we should need to relocate into the history for our best present and future, in the construction of best future. Thank you, ma'am, for such an enlightened presentation on the history and its reconstruction through archives, and putting the challenges of archives and questioning about the things, how to solve it through showing with the historiography of women's history and giving us about the works done by global across about the histories. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Thank you, students. Now we'll have vote of thanks by Professor B. Lavanya, co-convener and chairperson, Board of Studies, Department of History, Usman University.
Just to add, Karna's this is very elaborate and very nice presentation of the keynote address. I just would like to draw a parallel to Telangana society also. Weavers, here the Mala community used to weave earlier days, I think very recent past. They used to call, there is a saying, Sagam Mala Neta, Sagam Sale Neta. The Sale community is Salas of Tamil Nadu. I'm sure the parallels might be there in other states too. So here is a topic for students, please explore such things and parallels in the weaving community also. So this is there, the practice was there. Why caste played a major role and why they relegated to their own occupation is a big question to be researched about. Thank you.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to all of you. I feel it as a privilege to propose vote of thanks for this inaugural session of the International Conference on Emerging Global Trends in Historical Research and Pedagogy, a transnational perspective held on this today and going to be held tomorrow. At the outset, I express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Chief Guest, Senior Professor Kumar Sir, for sparing his valuable time and also for giving his inaugural address, and under whose visionary leadership the university is continue to inspire and both at the national level and the international levels. We are profoundly thankful to our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Karuna Disrish, ma'am, whose scholarly insights drawn from her academic engagements with Delhi University and Oxford University have illuminated the evolving dimensions of transnational history. Ma'am, your keynote address has expanded our understanding of how global perspectives and interdisciplinary approaches are reshaping historical research and pedagogy. Particularly, you have rightly said that there is need to rely on new sources like textile history and also other important aspects like archival sources. Thank you very much, ma'am. Our sincere thanks to Professor Sri Kasim Sir, Principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences. Though Sir is not here, Sir has conveyed his best wishes. Sir has to attend some conference, which is a preoccupied conference, but we thank Sir for his constant encouragement and support. We also express our heartfelt gratitude to the guest of honor, Nawab Najaf Ali Khan sir, the grandson of 7th Nizam, Mir Usman Ali Khan, the founder of Usmania University. Sir, your esteemed presence itself connects us to the rich historical legacy of this great institution and remind us of its glorious heritage. Thank you, sir. Your deep understanding of history help us to appreciate the struggles, achievements, and milestones that shaped its journey. Because it was a very important message you have given us, because the reflections of the past inspire us to preserve the traditions while striving to build even brighter future. Thank you very much, sir. Our special thanks to the guest of honor, the Senior Professor Sudharani Ma'am, former Registrar of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, for her scholarly contributions and encouragement to the discipline of history, which have significantly contributed to the growth of historical scholarship and higher education. Ma'am, your commitment to research, guidance to scholars, and dedication to academic excellence continue to inspire the academic community. Your valuable presence today has added intellectual depth and dignity to the conference, especially in the context of evolving global trends in historical research and pedagogy. Ma'am, once again, we are thankful to you. We thank all the senior professors, delegates from India and various parts of the world, particularly Professor Rekha Pandey ma'am, Professor Victor Babu sir, I think others will be joining, Professor Ravi Kota sir and the MC Raja sir and all others we acknowledge here, sir, by name. Yes, all the professors for your valuable presence, and I'm also proudly to say that Professor Rekha Pandey, I'm the student of Professor Rekha Pandey ma'am, who guided me at Central University. Thank you ma'am for your presence. Our special appreciation goes to Professor Indra ma'am, the head and the convener, whose tireless efforts, meticulous planning, and also academic vision made this conference to take off. Because, you know, within a very short time, ma'am has planned this conference. Ma'am, thank you very much for taking this initiative. I also extend sincere thanks to all the faculty members of Department of History, Dr. Ramesh sir, Dr. Bandi Srinivas, I think others were also present, Dr. Pandaya, Dr. Jitendra sir, and other heads of the department and faculty members from other disciplines for their presence. My special thanks to the research scholars and students of discipline of history and also other disciplines. I feel that they are the life and soul of this conference. So thank you, dear students and scholars, for your presence. I also thank all the non-teaching staff, Lingareddy sir, here we can see Anjaya, Dayakar, Santosh, and everyone who are present here. And our special thanks to the print and electronic media for helping to disseminate the academic deliberations of this conference to a wider audience. Thank you once again. And we hope that today and tomorrow's deliberations will demonstrate that historical research is no longer confined within the natural boundaries. The transnational perspective encourages us to move beyond the traditional narratives and engage with global interconnections, digital methodologies, and artificial sources in reconstructing the past. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all. And one small request, sir, because we have one student, Mr. Shiva. He is, yes, sir, before.
I thank Darshan for inviting me for this function also.
Yeah. Special thanks to the Darshan and his team, and also to the scholar Saidalu also, who has been there right from the beginning. Sir, one small request, sir. Our student, Mr. Shiva, is very much interested in architecture. Generally, he makes models of different architectural structures, and here he wants to present a small token to you, sir. So kindly accept this. It is made by himself, and you can just explain, Shiva, what it is. Shiva, you can explain. Just one line.
You will be next, APJ.
Just explain.
It's hello, myself Shiva from History Department, second year. This is a replica of Lothal, which is located in Gujarat. It's an Lothal. Indus Valley Civilization lo Lothal ane hub area untundi. Dani replica chalk piece tho tayaru chesanu. Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, sir. Uh, Good afternoon. ఇండస్ వ్యాలీ సివిలైజేషన్లో లోతాల్ అని ఒక పోర్ట్ ఏరియా ఉంటుంది. అది మనం ఎక్స్పోర్ట్ ఇంపోర్ట్స్కి వాడుతూ ఉంటాము. ఆ పోర్ట్ ఏరియా రెప్లికా నేను చాక్ పీస్తో తయారు చేశాను. లోతాల్ పోర్ట్ ఏరియా.
Now with this inaugural session, we would like to have break here. Thank you once again as convener and head department of history. I am Professor Indira. I remain grateful to you all, delegates from across the continents, across the countries, across the world, and I'm greatly thankful to all the invited delegates for their very enlightening enrichment of the history today they have delivered to our Usmanians. Thanks a lot for the same, and I am really grateful to all the research scholars, students here, teachers from different departments, professors. I am really grateful to you for participating in this conference. Now we break for the lunch. Lunch is in students' lunch for all the students and other teachers. The invited delegates can sit here for the lunch break. We'll take you, sir, to the lunch. Thank you. Assemble back again after 1 hour break. Mostly time.
Ma'am, tokens.
Tokens are there. You can collect the token at the door of the sports lounge. You can collect the token and you can have lunch. It is now 1:15. We will be back by 2:30. 2:30. Okay? Right.
And give your pool papers so that we can make a.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had lunch. Now, I would like to invite Chair of the session, Professor S.K. Chahal, onto the dais. I welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to invite co-chair of the session, Mr. Bandi Srinivas, sir. Now, I would like to invite Professor Ravi Korisetta onto the dais. Yeah. Next, I would like to invite Professor Victor Babu, BBAU Lucknow. I welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Professor Rekha Pandey, University of Hyderabad. I welcome you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now I would like to hand over the session to the chair Professor S.K. Chahal.
Thank you, dear. Good afternoon, everybody. So, at the outset, I would like to thank Professor Indira ji for inviting me here to this very, very historic and prestigious university in this seminar. So, I have been given this, responsibility to chair today's afternoon first session. There are 3 papers in this session. The first one is by Professor Ravi Chorister. So, may I invite Professor Ravi Chorister to deliver his talk or present his paper. The title of his paper is on archaeology. Archaeology of the Chudupa Basin. So, what is the I think I should, since we are also lagging behind and we are late, so I think I should limit the time constraint of the paper for the paper presenters. So, may I request the paper presenters to please present their, papers within 10 or 15 minutes. I think that would be sufficient. So, may I request, I invite Dr. Ravi. So, please come on the dais and. Okay, sir. Please. You are a senior person. You are a renowned archaeologist. But since there is a time constraints, we will hope that you will, complete your presentation within 15 minutes, sir. 1 hour not allowed. Try, please try. Okay. Okay. Where would you would like to? Yeah. Mic can be arranged? Huh? Possible? या सर को यही बुलाए.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dignities on the dais and Mr. Chairman and fellow delegates and students. I'm extremely happy to be part of this program happening today and tomorrow. When I was invited, I felt that I will be an odd man out here because the seminar was focusing on history and not archaeology. I became more comfortable when my predecessor speakers mentioned archaeology as an important source and it can contribute a great deal to understand deeper past and things like that. That was very encouraging for me. So since I was coming to this part of southern India, I always thought we should focus on the deeper past.
Session is open for few questions. So may I request the participants to just ask questions and don't make long observations.
It's a wonderful presentation. In fact, in East Africa, we have more than 800 sites along the Rift Valley. And every site is managed by the local people. And we have site museums managed by the local pastorals and the local tribes. Okay, sir. Which is revenue oriented and sanctioned by the tourism department of Kenya or Tanzania or Uganda, any government in East Africa. So I would like to know whether there are site museums. Everywhere there are site museums. Now this one which he has shown, many of the sites are vulnerable for soil erosion, heavy rainfall and other vandalism from people, local and so on. So there is no security as such for the artifacts. What we do, we take the artifacts, copy it, and put it on the site, and we have a temporary shamia or a really solid one.
Sir, please be very specific.
So I just want to know whether there are kind of heritage security, preservation security measurements. Thank you for this question. We have taken initiative to protect some of these sites. We have done that for Central Neolithic site in Bellary and also in Ashmore near Bellary. We are providing security as well as public outreach facility there. And as I mentioned during the course of my lecture, next week I will be at Villasagan to plan a natural history museum and then ask the local authorities to help us protect the site. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Okay. My dear friends, we have another legend actually, Madam Professor Rekha Pandey. So she is the pioneer of human studies in India. I think everybody knows about her. So without wasting time, may I invite Professor Rekha Pandey to present her talk within the time constraint. The topic of her presentation is Emerging Horizons, Feminist Research, Women History and Pedagogical Features. Madam, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know this is a very difficult time immediately after lunch when everyone is going to sleep to talk about feminist methodology. But I'm really grateful that I have been given this opportunity. Osmania University is more like home to me because, like Lavanya said, she is my student, and I'm very happy to see my student progress so well and do so well. So anyway, since Sir has given me a time constraint, I thought I will not spend time on the PowerPoint. It can be shared any time. Go to the second slide. So, basically what I'm trying to do is looking at the kinds of trends when you look at it in terms of feminist historiography and feminist research and women's history. I'm going to focus on these two aspects. Now with 40 years of academic experience teaching in a university, I have 26 books to my credit, and down the line, I started writing and books are published from 1990 onwards. I have seen so many different emerging trends. I thought I'll just quickly sum up. See, when we were students, I'm talking about 1970s, many of you were not even born. There was nothing like a Xerox. We had to go to a library, pick up a book, make our notes, and then return that book and take another book. Then slowly Xerox was introduced, but it was so expensive, none of us could afford a Xerox. Then a first typewriter came. It was a manual typewriter. Then we saw electric typewriter coming in. In HCU, when computers came in 1990s, the whole School of Social Science had one computer. And there was a register maintained. We had to write our names. In 1 week, we would get 1 hour to play with that computer. So all of us learned computer through, hit and trial method. But then slowly after that, all of you know, desktops came. And today I see with lot of digitization and so much of download, we are downloading more than what we are able to read. There has been so much of excess of information that it is very difficult. So, trends in history writing have also changed. There was a lot of discussion in the morning. I'm really thankful to Karuna for introducing. She spoke about how the, women's history came about as a result of the women's movement. I'm just sharing few of my books where I developed the methodology. Now, when we talk of feminist research, the reason we talk of feminist research because by and large, all knowledge was, written from a man's point of view. It was written for men, and there was nothing about women which was available. And so, there was a feeling that our society is such an unequal society where it is constructed around gender lines, women are always subordinate, and the current knowledge system is of great disadvantage to women. And therefore, we need to have women's voices heard in research, and only then we will be able to bring about a change. See, unlike any other discipline or any other subject, there is a difference when we talk of feminist research. It is also linked to an agenda of bringing a change. There is an attempt to trying to bring about a change. And therefore, most of its research methods are very emancipatory, they are very critical, and it feels that, most of this social conditions are very sexist, and mainstream society is very patriarchal. So there have, these were some of the foundations that were there in, as far as feminist research was concerned. And they felt that, there was a big assumption that our society is socially constructed, and we need to, there was an aversion to empirical positive methodology. And feminist research, when it was being applied, it applied both quantitative and qualitative. Many of my students, I have guided 25 PhD scholars, both in history and gender studies. Many of my history students come back to me after 1 year and they say, ma'am, nothing is available, I don't think I can do. And I keep telling them, look, all the material in the archives is about men, their activities. But you need to ask different questions. There was also a mention of saying, what are the kinds of questions that you are asking? And only if you ask different questions, read between the lines and say, yes, what about the women? You are not going to get any answers to that. And then, you have to, when you are working on gender studies topic, you have to spend time. It cannot just be a theoretical research. My student who worked on widows, who finished a PhD thesis on widows in Vrindavan, she stayed there for 3 months, interacted with them, got to know them. A student who worked with transgenders went and spent some time with them. Other students who worked on sex trafficking, they stayed in these institutions because, unless you establish that bond of trust, it is not going to work. And we find that, you have to engage in a lot of value-laden methods and procedures when we talk of feminist research. And there has to be, the whole aim of feminist research is to expose the structures and conditions that have contributed to the present situation. And then, when we talk in terms of method, we find that it is definitely an anti-positivist orientation. It can employ multiple methods. When I was, I was very fascinated with the Bhakti movement. Right from, 4th, 5th class, we have been reading about Kabir, Tulsi, etc. And I think in 2009, I asked the question, I said, what about the women? There is no information on the women. And then, you know, when I wrote my book and published, you find such strong women. See, many of these women are beyond gender, where the men are so, their attitude is so rigid, they look upon women only as wives, daughters, mothers, and within a patriarchal setup of family. These women were so revolutionary for their time. You know, Dasami says, if they see beards and whiskers, they call it a man. If they see breast and long hair, they call it a woman. But look at the spirit that hovers within is neither man nor woman. Akka Mahadevi says, take a long bamboo, cut it into two, now kindle them and bring out a fire. Call the upper half a man and the lower half a woman. Now tell me, is that fire man or woman? So, you know, many of these women are beyond gender. They negotiated patriarchy and they, on their own, you know, they were so revolutionary. We keep talking about Indian civilization, you know, women being Sati Savitri, being patriarchal society, they are subdued. But in 12th century, Akka Mahadevi saying, I'm using A.K. Ramanuja's translation, take these husbands who decay and die and throw them into your kitchen fires. So, you know, you have such revolutionary writing which is coming. And obviously, you're not going to get this information in archives. You're not going to get this information in, let's say, the mainstream religion, because it's all patriarchal, it's all about men, it is all about the men's writing. So you have to go to folklore, you have to use different kinds of multiple methods to deal with it. And one thing which I have learned down the years is there cannot be only one feminist method. You know, people may say that I don't follow the historical methodology, but that doesn't answer many of my questions which I am seeking. And therefore, you know, we have to look at different kinds of methods. Now, quickly, sir, I'm trying to save your time. I can pass on my presentation. But when we look at today, you know, in the decolonial and transnational networks, there has been a shift in traditional paradigms. And we find that feminist pedagogy now,
how colonial legacies are formed, it creates a lot of different kinds of
it creates a lot of different kinds of knowledge, and we find that these have become places where we can connect to students, and there have been a lot of methodological shifts in feminist research. Now, you know, when I come to history, the starting point of women's history is the assumption that both men and women have created civilization. But unfortunately, what is significant is that women constitute a social group as opposed to a biological group. So gender like caste, class and race plays a very important role. But unfortunately, how do we study women in history? Kumkum Bhavani uses a very interesting term called edit. We have erased the contribution of women. D, we have deleted them, and T, I mean, we have ignored the contribution of women, and at the most there is some kind of a tokenism which is there. Our perception of the past is very much from a male-centric point of view. The few Razias, Chand Bibi, Lakshmi Bai do not give us any information on women. So the reason we have ignored women is we think they have made no contribution. Women have had no history because the expropriation of history becomes a very important mechanism for producing in the ideological sphere social inequality. Just as in economic realm, the relations of dominance and subordination are reinforced by the appropriation of surplus, similarly appropriating women's history continues to reinforce the male dominance. We have divided the world into public and private. Since history has to do with public, it is only his story. There is nothing about her story. But unless we add her story, we are not going to get a true picture. So there have been so many different kinds of approach. Initially, it was the invisibility approach. Women were invisible. They were not there in any realms. I got a PhD thesis for evaluation from Kerala. It talks about family in the Malabar region. And this was, you know, 14th, 15th, 16th century. I looked at the whole thesis. The word women is not even mentioned in that. How can you talk about family without women being present? So, this is the kind of writings that we are getting. So there was a lot of invisibility approach, and then slowly we developed into a discriminatory approach, saying that women work in different areas, men work in different areas, and one work is important and the other is not. But slowly then, now when we talk of a new approach under the global changes, we talk of a integrated approach where both men and women become very important. So initially all our historians who were trained, they came from the women's movement. They just wrote compensatory history. They brought in some achievements of women, etc. It was primarily talking about notable women, etc. And then, slowly we were talking in terms of contributory history. Then we started incorporating the experiences of women, because women have always been the other, as Simon de Veer talks about. And that becomes very important. So, when I look at the different trends, definitely today in the world, there has been a lot of development because of the way, the women's movement have shaped up, the way questions of sex and gender have been asked, and we find that, women's history and feminist theory become a very important discipline. They have raised a lot of questions, and, therefore, methods have also evolved over a period of time. And these are, we find feminist methodology has developed over a period of time. And now, with the development of knowledge economy, with the development of new tools, we are able to move beyond national framework with scholars, educators, and we become more and more interconnected in the world. Thank you very much. So I kept to your time.
Thank you, madam, for completing your very scholarly presentation within the time limits. Without wasting much time, now may I invite the other legendary speaker, Dr. Vijaya Ramdas Mandala. He is from University of Hyderabad. He is here? Victor Babu. नहीं, मुझे कहा गया, I was asked to invite him first. Okay. So please, sir, come. And the topic of his presentation is, can history be scientific? Please listen, particularly the students. आप जरा सुनिए कि इनका जो topic है, can history be scientific or what are its limits? So it's a very, very pertinent question. Sir, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can I take 12 minutes? Yeah. Thank you, Chair, sir, and thank you, Professor Indira, and thank you, Professor Indira and Professor Lavanya, BJ, and Saidulu. Saidulu was my student who said that I should speak at Usmania University. So I thought I should speak here to share a bit of my knowledge about how we conduct historical research. I speak something about environmental history today in order to understand one way of understanding how history can be scientific. There is a scientific approach to history means it's about science is about rationality. Science is about also common sense. Science also requires evidence. And in that context, history is based on facts. History requires evidence. So in that way, we can also take scientific approach, but limitations of scientific approach is history cannot be science. While we apply rationality, scientific thinking, and common sense, the way historians or social scientists, those in the humanities and social sciences conduct their research. For those of you like sitting on the back benches, maybe students or PhD scholars, how we can choose a topic how we can be impartial. So these are the things we need to take into the context when we pick up a topic and do research. Now, I also wish to bring Marxist perspective, then the nationalist perspective. There is a subaltern school that emerged around 1980s across India, but also in the global context. But also there is a thing called French Annals School. What happened is now history can take inspiration from other disciplines. Nowadays history is not purely like a Leopold von Rankin's notion of history is based on facts, and facts are embedded within the archive, and how you read the archive. That is also where we apply this scientific understanding. Whatever the archive you get, you should not believe it. There is a famous saying that reading the text against the grain. That is one component of scientific approach to history. Now, why, you may ask, am I bringing Annals School? Can it be helpful beyond Marxist school of writing, or nationalist school of writing, or subaltern school of writing? Annals School, because I began to teach revolutionary Europe and history of ideas when I joined University of Hyderabad in 2018. Before that, I was very much specialized in imperial history at Manchester. When I also worked as a postdoc at Teenmurti Library when Professor Mahesh Rangarajan was director. When I came back to India, I got exposed to studying indigenous Adivasi tribes. So my topic was on hunting, shikar, and British colonial governance, like 19th century to early 20th century. So when we look at shikar, environment, knowledge of the environment, knowledge of flora and fauna, that were also very much into state making process. Now suddenly shooting a tiger or shooting an elephant were not about sport. It is intimately connected with governmentality. So this is something when I was a PhD student, or when I was a student like you, trying to read the archive in a different way. Maybe because of experience now I can say simply, but when you were a researcher, job was not easy. The archive is sometimes undecipherable. You cannot read some letters which are written like in 1880s or 1910s. You struggle a lot, and we try to gather so much of information, and we try to construct a narrative. So this is one way of how rationality is applied to the reading of the archive. So this is one way of understanding. Now Annals School. Now multidisciplinary research is happening. When you apply for jobs, when you complete your PhD in history, try to get a job. If you go into the civil service, that's a different thing. But if you choose like an academic career, or if you want to become a researcher, serious researcher, then you should think about multidisciplinary approach as well. So this is where Annals School comes to the fore. Annals School took inspiration from other disciplines like geography, sociology, political science, even biology, environment, climate. And all this was happening around 1920s, I think, after the end of the First World War. There were two French historians called Marc Bloch and Lucien Febvre, two French historians in one of the French state, like how Telangana is a state in India. There is a state called in France, Alsace. So they were from Alsace province at Sorbonne University, and they founded this thing called Annals School of History. So this is about, they said that history should go in a scientific manner. History should not be limited by Leopold von Rankin, German empiricism, or German historical school of thinking, which was advocating that history is based on facts. And what was the limitation now? Suddenly when Arnold School was began to emphasize on scientific method of approach to history, moving beyond, then there was Marxist school of history was already there. There was also Imperial School of History was there. And Arnold School was saying that the limitation of Leopold von Ranke German school was, yes, they were collecting the information, they were collecting the data, they were looking for the facts. Of course, they were not based on superstitions or any belief system, but primarily all history that was written until 1900s was limited to political military history. Common people's experiences were not left out. Like earlier, Professor Rekha Pandey was speaking about women's history. Gender history and women's representation was totally ignored in historical writing. That is one way of scientific history also comes into action. How we can move beyond and inspire the discipline of history and historical research as well as historical writing. Now Arnold School also now saying that Marxist school of history is good, but that's not enough to give the holistic picture of what happened in the past. What is Marxist history? When Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels have written Das Kapital and Communist Manifesto, they were looking at modes of production. So whatever now military and political history been abandoned, Marxist historians are emphasizing on society and economy. But again, this society and economy was taken in the, way of understanding modes of production. All humans were actors, economic forces, or those in power determines the course of action. So beyond political and military history, Marxist school of approach brought some new thing, but they were limited by, again, very much economic angle of studying history. Now Arnold School says that culture is important, even belief systems are important, but taking other disciplines also important. I think earlier one professor from, I think, National Institute of Advanced Studies spoke about Paleolithic, Mesolithic. I was inspired by the whole slides that gives a vivacious picture of wildlife much before the formation of human civilization. So see, so that's one way of archaeology, artifacts, study of material cultures can inform us that how history can go beyond human-centric. So that was the one kind of thing. Now other thing is, now I bring this environmental history. Environmental history also can inspire how we can go beyond. Like Professor Rekha Pandey was speaking about gender history, women's history. Now we have Dalit historiography. Why Dalit historical writings are important? Because no one was speaking about them. Whatever Bipin Chandra or Sumit Sarkar had written is about Mahatma Gandhi or Indian National Congress or elite sections of the Indian society. What about histories of the marginalized, histories of the downtrodden? So we have to think like in a much more critical manner. So this is where also approaches can be scientific in its method. I speak about my own environmental history discipline. I wrote a book called Shooting a Tiger. This was based on my PhD research at University of Manchester. It did not stop after I finished my PhD. It began after I joined Teenmurti Library as my postdoc fellow. I give an experience. Publishing is also a very painstaking process. How you can be a writer or an author or a speaker, but also good academic. It is a painstaking process. So during postdoc, I submitted my doctoral thesis, converted into a monograph. And reviewers were saying that this is not enough, you have to do some more revisions, some more revisions. So my PhD thesis was around 200 pages. When I published my Shooting a Tiger book, it took me 7 years. 3 years it was with Manchester University Press, another 4 years it was with OUP. Finally, I released the book with Oxford University Press. Reason was Indian market. OUP can sell the book for 1,000 rupees. It can be reachable for at least a reasonable audience. If it is with Manchester University Press, no one will buy. It is 20,000 or 50,000 rupees. So I carefully shifted to OUP. And again, revisions happened. So in the process, when I was doing that kind of thing, I was also a postdoc fellow. This is where I found limitations of my research at Manchester. I was only looking at Indian environment from the point view of the British. So British came, but British were also constructing the knowledge. We know that they introduced legal system, they have a superior military technology, they divided Indian rulers, or they forged systematic political alliances. So from East India Company to until 1947, they offered British colonialism went over 200 years. But environment was something no one has looked at. By the time Mahesh Rangarajan has written a lot of work, but he did not look at how British huntsmen, they were soldiers, they were governors generals, they were active hunters. So they were hunter officers. And look at India's flora and fauna. 45% of our Indian subcontinent was full of forest, mountains, river valleys. So study of cultural geography is very important. So this is where interdisciplinary approach comes. Other is sociology. What about tribal society? How British were interacting with the tribals or Adivasis? Where hunting was done, how did they get the knowledge of how tiger looks like, or a rhino, or a wild elephant? And suddenly they began to protect elephants from 1870s. But they continued to kill the tigers. So one animal began to be protected, another animal began to be decimated. Tigers were killed because not British were loving the sport. Tigers became a threat to colonial expansion of the colonial economy, expansion of colonial taxation basis. So this is where it became a practical governmentality issue. If we are expanding, we are cutting down the forest, we are creating new agricultural clusters, and we are now also building the railways. We are also building telegraphic lines. When they were expanding, reducing the forest area, animals were losing their habitat. And there are thousands of tigers at the time, leopards, sometimes crocodiles, deer, even elephants, but also troublesome elephants like rogue elephants. A rogue elephant could kill 50 people in a village, and villagers were defenseless. It would destroy crops, paddy crops, sugarcane crops, or anything. People were left defenseless. So this is when British were using high velocity rifles, took the charge of, we eliminate these man-eating tigers, rogue elephants that were killing the common people. So this is one of how colonial ideology was built on Indian environment, how colonial rulership claim was built on Indian ecology, engaging with India's flora and fauna, such as tigers, leopards, animals, but also understanding of the geography of whether it's Himalayas in the north, Western Ghats, you have Nilgiri mountains in the Western Ghats, you have Eastern Ghats. So they were studying everything. What is the climate, what are the plains, what are the mountains, what kind of flora and fauna inhabit on Himalayan landscapes, or how animals in the Western Ghats or Nilgiri or Ooty were different, Annamalai Hills, Eastern Ghats, and so on. So they were collecting a lot of information. This is also colonial epistemology of environment and hunting. So this is what I'm sharing this thing as part of how I'm reading the archive. If you directly read the document, you don't get this information. I'm actually intellectualizing that thing as a someone who studies history and writes about history. So, yeah. So I'll finish in 3 minutes. So I especially welcome questions from the students because it's for you. This has been organized by your professors and Osmania University and Registrar, Vice Chancellor and HOD, Professor Indira. So you take this opportunity. Again, I may not come here and speak with you. So yeah, this is one way of, finally, Adivasi tribes. I wrote 2 articles. With this, I'll stop in 2 minutes. One is Baigas of Central India. Other is Gonds of Central India. Baigas you probably never heard of. When I was, I have introduced the course of Environmental History of India at University of Hyderabad in 2019. I asked in the MA classroom, do you know who the Baigas were? They said that they never had the term Baiga. They probably heard of Elvin, this anthropologist who wrote on the Baiga, but they never heard of that. But there was 2 of my American friends. One guy, a gentleman, he was born in Jabalpur. He wrote on the Baigas. But now they did not look at hunting cultures of the Baigas. So this is where I picked up Adivasi tribes, moving beyond British imperial history. Now I began to concentrate on indigenous Adivasi tribes. Then I was theorizing about biocentric, anthropocentric perspective. Now conservation is the norm. In colonial times, hunting was the norm. Animals were threat to humans' lives, agrarian economy, infrastructural development. That's why hunting was issued as a kind of policy for the expansion of the British Empire, British Indian Empire, or British India it was called then. Now Baigas had their own hunting cultures. They didn't know how to plow. They do not know how to milch the cows. They took only axe. They can kill a tiger just with an axe. No bows and arrows, that's it. So they are, compared with Gonds, they are very wild, very aboriginal. So when you read their history, it's a kind of different thing. So this is one way of sharing. And all this is what I'm speaking is very commonsensical, right? Rational, scientific, without any kind of ideological prejudices, is impartial. So this is how we should do history. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Vijaya. Yeah. Actually, Professor Vijaya's address was on a very important and very pertinent methodological theme. Can history be scientific? Actually, we were hoping to get engaged in these questions. In any case, I think I invite questions on his address or his presentation. Hopefully, few of your questions may invite, queries on her topic of presentation. That is, can history be scientific and what are its limits? Are there any questions? Okay, please, you may ask. वो माइक ले लो. माइक ले लो, प्लीज. टेक माइक फ्रॉम सर. ओके, ले लो एक बार ले लो. आस्क योर क्वेश्चन.
Thank you for your intellectually provoking talk. I just have a very generalized question. That what makes you think and write what makes you think and write about the environmental stuff?
Thank you, Simon. The gentleman asked a question, Simon, on what makes me to think right about environmental history in UP. When I joined University of Manchester, my topic was actually history of sport, for which I thought writing about games and techniques in colonial India. But suddenly when I was visiting, I think here only, Sarojini Museum. I was going to the first floor of the Sarojini Museum library when I was looking about different sports. Suddenly I found hundreds of books on hunting. And I thought that, and that looks very different. And at the time there was no kind of any published, any qualitative work. Everyone thinks that Shiva means you go on the back of a horse, take a gun, shooting some animal. So that was the inspiration. Then when I went to Manchester, then I had the opportunity to visit Center for South Asian Studies, Cambridge. Irish Boarding Library at Oxford. Center for South Asian Studies, I am mentioning is how Sarojini Museum also presents it archive here. Cambridge, they present everything, English East India Company thanks to all civil servants at the time, who are now called IAS officers or IPS officers, or even Indian Foreign Service officers. All their archives are left in the box. When you go to Cambridge, when you request your archive, the archivist himself will have lots of boxes. To finish one box, it would take nearly 2 weeks. When I was checking all this, then I found agriculture, and all that is related to hunting. When I was also looking at hunting, it's about administrative concern of the judges, concern of the revenue officers, concern of the engineers who are building Indian libraries, Indian trigonometric survey, telegraphic services. So this is how initially I was looking into history of colonial administration and environmental history. But suddenly I thought, animals are also, non-human histories are also important to understand Indian environment. So archive itself would be how I work with it. It's accidental. I didn't plan it. So over the years, just spontaneously transferred into. I didn't think it was environmental history at the time during my PhD course. Now it is called environmental history.
Professor Vijay, actually, a small query, and this question suddenly came to my mind when I read your topic. It is a topic on methodological issue. I read a statement. I give a statement. All history is historical narrative. So how would you comment on it? All history is historical narrative.
Yeah, narrative is one part of understanding history, but history is also based on facts. But those facts require some kind of narration. If I am not speaking, which is itself a kind of a narration, how would you understand? You have to understand.
So then to debate on facts, based on facts also.
Yeah, facts are embedded within the narration.
Okay, it's a long question. It's a long. You have a question? Please.
Sir, this is the lecture, sir. It was really a thought-provoking, sir. I have a question.
What is your name?
My name is Rohan, sir.
Okay. So, ask a very specific question, just like my duty.
Yes, sir. So, history... History as a scientific discipline is, I guess, one of the topic. So, a lot of times we discuss about ethics, and so we delve into the historical aspect of history, mathematical aspects of history. So, how do we, like, we have talked about embedded history, external history. So, how do we try to get into the actual aspect of history while giving the archaeological or legendary aspects. Because many communities in India, they take some legends from legendary heroes and so. So, how can you look at through a scientific use?
Thanks for good question. See, I'm not an expert on ancient India, but as part of environment, we try to teach what elephants in ancient India. This is based on Thomas Scotland's work, elephants and things, an environmental issue. So suddenly elephants began to be used as weapon. We have cavalry, right? In military, you have cavalry infantry. Infantry means foot soldiers. Cavalry is the one on the back of the horses. In ancient India, we also have chariot battalions. Suddenly, it all looks mythological. Indra was riding on the back of a chariot, and Urveda mentions some white elephant iron. All of this looks mythological, and how we can contact representation. But war elephants was a historical fact. War elephants were there, general, you could say it was the Greek general, and he donated 500 elephants. So we have to, what is this thing, separating water from milk or milk from water. So we have to emphasize on rational aspect of what is coming from every with this in Sanskrit. So this is how we can deal with mythology, removing mythological aspects and reconstruct more rationalistic, sensible, scientific aspects of history. Or it is
I'll just take a short time. When Ramdas was presenting, I was reminded there is a very famous African proverb which says that history cannot be a true history if it is only written from the point of view of the hunted. I mean the hunter. Unless the hunted write their own history, we will not get a clear picture. So unless, now I think in this seminar we can open up that unless we write the history of women, unless we write the history of other marginalized groups, we will really not have a complete history. And that's what the new trend is all about.
Thank you, madam, for your very, very important and serious, observation. And sir, Professor Mandala, actually my observation was also in line with your topic, that is, can history be scientific? So I was, I was also, following your line. Okay. In any case, we have now another legendary speaker, a very senior professor and expert of marginalized studies, and also an old friend of mine, Professor Victor Babu from Ambedkar University, Lucknow. Sir, please. The topic of his presentation is historical revisionism, marginalized in the Telugu regions. Sir, please.
Thank you, the chair. Professor Chahal, although he is a friend of mine, I know he is very strict master, so I'll stick to my time. First of all, I would like to thank head of the department, Professor Indira, and Dean, Dr. Lavanya. What a moment it is to be along with my own teacher, Professor Rekha Pandey. She was our teacher for MPhil. So it's an honor to sit along with her on the dais today. So really, I'm privileged today to be here. Now, I think we have been debating since morning on global emerging trends and then methods of writing history. Just now, Professor Rekha Pandey made a statement that unless you talk about the history of all other people hunted, not from the hunter's point of view, or maybe women's history, Dalit history, or tribal history, then history is not complete. Taking a cue from Enal's School of Historiography, Enal's historians would write from Mark Bloch down to Emmanuel Leroy Lajurie talked about total history. Right? So, in the society, all people are there, and we need to talk about every segment of the society. Now, if a man writes history, basically he writes from his own point of view, so women are left out. If a dominant caste man writes history from then he, from his point of view, not so dominant castes are left out. Okay? If a non-tribal writes history, narration, where what we talk about narration, then naturally the non-tribals are left out. This is what exactly happened over the years, and this is the reason why we are talking about historical revisionism. We are not talking about political revisionism. Of course, state always tries to write history from its own point of view. I think we have seen that during freedom struggle, when history, they wanted to interpret history from the nation point of view, nationalistic historiography, which arose against imperial historiography. Then afterwards, we have seen the emergence of Marxist history, subaltern history, so on and so forth. Now, the point is whether historical revisionism is necessary for a historian. And my talk is made simpler by Vijay Ramaswamy's Ramdas talk, while he addressed the issue whether history can be scientific. Right? It's a big question which philosophers debated right from 19th century onwards, and some actually tried to write history from scientific point of view, which all of us know is positivistic historiography. Right? They try to imitate the methods of a scientist, and they started writing history from that point of view, and then they faced problems, and all of us know about the limitations of that historiography. So having said that, now what is this revisionism is all about? Historical facts are there. You are not going to change, I am not going to change about historical facts. 1857, right? Something happened in Indian history, right? For some it is Sipahi Mutiny, and for some it is First War of Independence, okay? And for some it is just a, sporadic incidents which happened here and there, right? While writing history from, or while we are revising history from this narration, we are not trying to alter the facts of the history. Of course, there is a difference between historical facts and scientific facts. Historical facts never lend themselves to observation and repeatability, right? This we have to remember. I'm just addressing budding scholars, not to the erudite scholars. So there is difference between the scientific facts and historical facts. Historical facts are dead facts. They are dead and gone forever. You cannot repeat them, and verifiability is not there. Right? If there is some problem, if water, there is water, and then I say water contains H2O, and then somebody would argue that no, it doesn't contain H2O, it contains H3O. There is dispute between you and me. You claim it is H3O, I claim it is H2O, and then what is the solution? For both of us have to go to lab, and then we have to put the water in the test tube and then heat the water and try to divide the oxygen and hydrogen. Then whoever is true then will be known by the observation, repeatability. But this repeatability is not possible with history precisely because we deal with the past, not only the past, but the past which is dead and gone forever. So having said that, while ma'am was talking about doing research in those days, I remember coming to, from University of Hyderabad, coming down to archives here, Tarnaka, those days bus we used to catch. There was no photocopy machine. We used to sit the whole record from morning to evening. We used to jot down from those records, right? And it was very tough. But now it's you are well positioned in the sense that you can have pictures and photocopy machines are available. You can get them and then do research very easily, right? Task has been made easy for you. Now, having said that, now in historical revisionism, we are talking about, I took both Dalits, women and tribals in the Telugu regions. Of course, I am not going to read the whole paper here, it's a draft is here. But then, if you want to talk about women's history, if you want to talk about Dalit history, if you want to talk about tribal history, then how do you talk about their history? Where do you get the sources? For historians, sources are a must. Without source, you cannot make any statement, right? If you're a novelist, you can write anything under the heaven and nobody will ask you about that. But as a historian, if you want to make that, then people will ask, where is your evidence? What is your evidence? If you want to change the perception, if you want to change the perspective, or if you want to change the narrative, then people will definitely say, what is your evidence? What is your evidence? And if you want to talk about these people, women and Dalits and tribals, where do you get this information from? That you go to archives and you try to go through archives, lot of archives. But how do you find these people? Particularly ancient medieval period, basically it is completely out of question. Now, as most of the literature, vernacular literature, don't talk about women, don't talk about Dalits, or don't talk about tribals. Even if they talk about, if they have passing references, they only talk about, oh, tribal was so and so, and then he was very devotee. In Bhakti literature, for example, we have the instance of Bhakta Kannappa, right? A tribal man who pleases God Shiva with his devotion, and then he gets the self-actualization, after due to his bhakti. And in the same way, Amuktamalida talks about Maladasari. And Maladasari occurs in Amuktamalida, which is written by none other than Sri Krishna Devaraya himself. In that also, they would mention about only Maladasari, but not by his name, some Maladasari. Right? Even I think this was very dominant even during my childhood. I used to go to village, my maternal uncle. There in the village, they used to say, oh, Chakali, Yankamma, Naita, Madiga, Mala, that one. First, caste name will come, afterwards his name will come. Right? So that practice was also there. We have seen that kind of thing. So in the literature, you don't find mention of these people, but then how do you reconstruct? How do you narrate about themselves? How do you talk about tribals, women, and Dalits? This is a big question. So it warrants change of your methodology, right? In the methodology, if we think archives occupies an important position for a historian, then you need to come out of archives, because archives don't have any material mostly on women, Dalits, and tribals. I worked in Northeast for a long time. Verrier Elvin and then others also wrote about Thurston Edgar, and other people also wrote about tribes. They were described as wild tribes because they had a headhunting habit. Wild tribes. They need to be tamed. This is the word which was used. They need to be tamed the way you domesticate a wild animal. Right? Wild elephant you domesticate for war purpose. So in the same way, these tribes also need to be tamed. You need to tame them. You need to domesticate them. Otherwise they are. So this is the description of a European person about the Indian tribe. Headhunting was there. Well, of course, there are a lot of other good issues were there, or other things were there in the society, but they were not mentioned in their writings, ethnographic accounts. You don't find that. So naturally, there is a need to revise this narrative about Dalits, about tribes, and about women. And even sometimes when you look at the narrative of these people, sometimes they are described in a very derogatory manner, in a very contemptuous manner. Right? Women, good for nothing. You cannot do anything. Or maybe the lower caste, good for nothing, with contempt. So there is a need to change that perspective, and we need to write history from their perspective. And if you want to write history now, naturally you need to change your methodology and then write history. Only then you will be able to do justice to the history, and we will write history from total historical point of view. Without the history of women, tribes, and then lower caste, and all other people who were left out from the pages of history, that history is not complete, and that history is not inclusive history at all. So all of us, when you are doing research, I think you better take up the research on those areas where research was not done. If there is no point in following the beaten track, right? Somebody has already done on that, then the 10 PhDs again will be done on that. There is no point in doing that. But then, for example, they are doing on environmental history. Ma'am is doing on women history, and Chahalji was doing on Fule and other, he specializes in Fule, slavery, then other issues. Other people are doing on archaeology and other things there. So there is, now what I am trying to say is, there is need to revise the established orthodoxies and also narratives about these lower caste, marginalized communities and tribes in these two Telugu regions, Andhra and Telangana. And then I think we better do research on those areas and bring about and talk about these people into the, and bring them into the main focus. Right? With these few words, I conclude here. I'll submit that one. If you have any questions to ask, you can feel free to ask me.
Thank you, sir, for completing your presentation within the time limits. My dear friends, now the questions are invited from your part. Any questions or small observations? You are invited. Okay. I think we are now coming to the concluding part of this session. Since we are already lagging behind, you know, we wasted 2.5 hours only in lunch time. So that's why I was, I was, you know, disciplining this session within, you know, time limits. In any case, I would skip my presidential remarks only by saying that all of the 4 presenters were legend in their area. They were expert. One was an expert in archaeology, other was in women studies, the other one was in gender studies or women studies, and the last one was the other one was on the scientific aspects of history. So I would not say more, and I would thank again all of the, you know, speakers as well as audience for cooperating with me during the conduct of this session. With these words, I thank you very much. Now over to Professor Indira. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Pooja and I'm from the History Department, second year. So thank you everyone for coming to this conference on the first day. I extend my thanks to all the professors here, the presenters, and all the teaching and the non-teaching staff. Thank you so much. So thank you. You may leave now.
Announce next session.
Do we have a next session? Do we have a next session? This is. I'll just call out the names. Please respond if you are here. MC Raja, Annamalaya University, Tamil Nadu. Is he here? Okay, the next person, Rohan Rikibe, Usmania University. Topic, so will you present today, sir? Okay, so sir's topic is reinterpreting history in a... Yes, sir? Okay, so sorry. We are very sorry for the inconvenience, sir. So now I invite Professor D.J. Kopuram from Turkana University, Kenya, East Africa. He is currently a senior professor, Department of History.
Yeah, please. Yeah, come in, sir. Come in.
So for this session, Professor Victor Babu will be chairing this session.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in fact. I'm not going to talk much, in fact, because most of them are senior professors, very learned persons, in fact. My topic is on reframing the past for a global future. I'm only going to deliver this for the students, especially the masters and the PhD students, in fact. I'm going to talk about transnational. What is transnational inclusivity and also the pedagogical innovations coming in our way. In fact, there's been lots of profound transformation in the teacher education and student education. Technological innovations have been going on, but we have been impressing upon too much of theorization, in fact. Now, how history is taught across various national boundaries and international boundaries, that's what is important we have to see. Today we are talking about the global trends, in fact, in shaping the historians. In shaping the historians and the interconnected nature of what is happening across the world. We have to define what is historical phenomenon, and we have to come out with a collaborative research in some way or the other. So the purpose of this is everybody, the students, the future students, when you are talking about history, the word comes decolonization. How you are going to bring about a profound transformation from time to time, characterizing the disciplines, you know, from your space, from your localized indigenous space. You have the access towards primary resources, but you are not able to reach the geographical locations. In fact, that's why today's technology, digital archives, and many other workable specimens are coming to your aid, especially from the different continents and also from different states, in fact, you know. So people were talking, giving a lot of case studies from time to time, you know. So we are using geographical information systems from time to time, which has become a very important tool in the national narratives of defining history and historical research in the classrooms, you know. So the purpose of this is transnational. You have to bring out the wranglings in the global movements, the trade networks and cultural exchanges. We have to be inclusive. In fact, most of them are talking about environmental science. What's the definition of environmental science? It's nothing but pandemics. What has happened to our society in the pandemics? What about the climate change? What about the cyclone hitting the coastal parts of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu? You know, so the new definition of history is environmental history. In fact, you're trying to categorize the voices from the invisible forces that you are bringing out from time to time, which is not heard. That is what Professor Victor has been saying. We have to, deposit and record all the voices of the marginalized sections, in fact. And that's how you have an alternative historiography. And historiography is just not teaching history, reading history, writing exams, in fact. So that's why I use the word decolonization, because you are going to, remove all the complex entanglement found in our society. You are going to define metropolitanism and also cosmopolitanism. This is what is important. That's how you have to understand global modernity, see, you have to understand the economic system from time to time, and your identity, the identity of your family, of your village, of your tribal ethnic group, you know. So we have to be very clear in the colonizer and the colonized, hunters and hunted. That's very important, you know. That's why you're going to bring out a very distinct methodological approach, you know, and that's how the historical process will be complete, will give you a way away from away from the colonized imperatives and the imperialistic behavior of the white people. In fact, you know, so you are going to come near the, I mean to say, society which are very diverse, which are very complex, in fact, and they are going to give you as much as information, source information, although they are very complex. Language is a big barrier. In fact, you need some kind of vectors to understand the complex nature, history of these societies, you know. Most important is the disease transmissions, in fact, and most important is the technological diffusion and ideological movements. Ideological movements, we don't bother about leftist or any other movements happening, but technological diffusion should is going to the villages and many other area, you know. So for that you have to do a lot of comparative historical analysis, like the keynote address speaker was giving a lot of case studies from time to time. In fact, she was breaking up the social historical pattern, in fact, which is very stereotyped, and bringing up a new universal and culturally adaptive form of pattern where there can be a historical change. A change is brought by you and me. In fact, a change is also noticed from the archives, from the sources from time to time. So pedagogical innovation is nothing but, I mean to say, you are perfecting the teacher. You're making the teacher an apprentice. The students as student apprentice lecturers, in fact, they've got the primary source analysis, in fact, they've got the historical simulations and the project. Try to be very practical, pragmatic in orientation. It's just not teaching history or reading books. Take them to an area. Now, I'm from Rwanda. In fact, I have seen the genocide of 1992. In fact, today what we do, we use all the environmental simulations for teaching history, whether it is world history or local history or European history or African history. In fact, you have to make the students think so that they use it for positive anecdotes, you know, they use it also for positive developments in their own area. So you, instead of just memorizing the facts from the Mughal rule to the Pandyan rule or the Chola rule, whatever rule it has come, in fact, we have to understand who left what in your local area. So this is very important, my dear students here. You have to contest the narratives. People are asking about the historical narration and the historical narratives here. It's nothing but a definition by explaining everything clearly, what has happened in the past and what is going to happen for your contemporary society, and also what will blow up in the futuristic society. A reflection, a strong reflection that you should have from time to time with the help of your research scholars and also with the help of your supervisors. Transnational. People have not touched more about transnational collaboration is very important. In fact, you have to mix with the Oriental institutions for several research projects. I do understand Cambridge, Oxford. That's not enough. Of course, Indian organizations are too many. In fact, they will help you to bridge the gap between various disciplines. Now, history is just not history. Try to get married with anthropology, sociology, international development, finance, economics, and several other interdisciplinary courses which will give you an idea of what you are going to frame, in fact. So, your historical questions should be based nationally, locally, nationally, and then shoot out to the international level. So, this is what I was very much interested in understanding. Transnational. Today we are in this conference, academic conference. Why this academic conference? Why this international conference on emerging trends, you know, and tools, you know? So we are all participants. In fact, we have to exchange methodology. We have to change the core of historical writing. We have to change the significance, the parameters. There is a paradox in historical versions today. There's really there's a big danger in our society. There's a big danger of what is going to happen. Politicization of historical things. Everything is politicized today. In fact, I'm sorry to say, My dear people, transnational is nothing but you develop a relationship, you develop a very economic research partnership from time to time. Your digital tool in your hand, your communication through the websites, all this will enable you to move forward into a revolutionary level. When I said revolutionary, for development. When I criticize, it is for construction. Remember this particular point. As the PhD scholars and master students, you are very few. You can do really wonders. You have to tackle all those things. We are having a lot of diseases. Tomorrow you don't know what type of coronavirus will come. Tomorrow what sort of migrations. Pakistani migrants are coming inside India. You see, Chinese fellows are coming inside. Bangladeshi fellows are coming inside. They are all terrorists. When I was flying from Chennai to Hyderabad, they caught 2 Bangladeshi terrorists and Rohingyas. All Rohingyas from Burma, they are coming now. They are being used by the Chinese as in small armed vessels. Boats to attack India or to block the trade of the Bay of Bengal in Arabian Sea. So these are the things that, my dear students, you have to study on the transnational history. In fact, not only that, archaeologists also have mentioned a lot of things. You have to protect the heritage from time to time. Heritage museums you have to develop, promote tourism for sustainable development, my dear. See, all this comes in the transnational, international conference, We are selling our ideas for outsiders, We are just not a product, indigenous Telugu or Tamil product or Hindi product. We are much more than a human species. We can do, in fact, so try to diversify your past into a holistic future. In fact, communities, many people have been talking about communities. Community projects should go from top to the down and down to the top. In fact, you have the expertise, you have the language, you have the cultural elements. In fact, you have a cross-cultural dialogue between your families and the rest of the society. And this is where you have to contest your memories of the past with the present. What we are talking rubbish today, maybe it can be fruitful tomorrow. You don't know. You have to attach all these things as a collective memory. You see, and if we are talking about emerging tools, in fact, inclusivity, all these things should be commemorated through your practice. Remove and resolve all the conflicts from time to time. Bring about a personal and an individual and an historical consciousness, because the past and the present shapes your identity. It shapes the politics. It shapes social cohesion and so on, in fact. So I think we can do much better. In fact, the challenges that remain today. What are the challenges? People have been talking many things. In fact, your historical inquiry is under paucity, is under deficiency. In fact, this is what you have to have a nationalist narratives. Go to China, Marxist. India, Indians only. Bharat. Viksit Bharat. ऐसे बात करना चाहिए. In fact, made in India. You see, Africans are praising India as a knowledge bank, as a productive bank. In fact, I appreciate the African people, in fact, very much for contesting the leadership only with Indian developments, in fact. So all these challenges have to be navigated with a lot of scholarly rigor. When I say you don't shout, you don't talk, you write it and spread your message in journals and other things. But it has to go to the Ministry of Education. It has to be implemented. Everything is remaining in papers and thesis. In fact, looking forward, my dear, your inclusive methodologies should bring out the voices of the invisible forces of mankind. There are lots of invisible forces, whether it is birds or animals or human beings, whatever. Otherwise, we call it as marginalized. In fact, you are very much advantageous than us. You have the training in computational technology. In fact, you have the tools, you have the different computer languages. In fact, I think you can do much better in any kind of transdisciplinary or interdisciplinary subjects that you have. You can solve the national problems and the global phenomena also. You can bring out India is going to be a superpower by 2040 with
$40 trillion. In fact, this is what history, this is what we are emerging as a transnational superpower, in fact, you know. So, but first of all, imagine your future. What is your future? Without your future, in fact, just not writing competitive exams or passing the university examinations, you are acknowledging what the current thinkers are doing, and you should develop your own think tank. That's what is important. If you don't bombastically develop a think tank, the future of India is zero. In fact, you are transcending your academic, your cultural, social and political boundaries. See, I'm using all tough words. In fact, I don't know whether you understand. You have to be cognizant, you have to be impulsive, also you have to be empathetic. You know, this is what your attention, your scholarly attention is needed for the rest of the society. So decolonization is my only mantra. In fact, you know, shaping your life in all fundamental and complex world, in the complex ways. In fact, you know, so when I said the transnational approaches, inclusive and pedagogy, there's no difference between education and pedagogy. In fact, as long as you continue building knowledge, spread it to your young brothers and sisters and your futures, learn from the elders, in fact, build connections across intellectual frontiers, across political boundaries. That's very important. In fact, not across, what to say, your youth romanticism. Your youth romanticism also should be there, but at the same time, it has to be used productively for the future. So let me conclude by saying that you have to respect your local experiences. You have to maintain rigorous scholarly standards. Your quality of education. When you go out of Osmania, Osmania is a very prime institution par excellence. In fact, what you are going to speak for Osmania and also for Hyderabad or also for any other state or nation. Now, this is where actually you transcend the boundaries, in fact, and that's where you will be justifying the historical research and pedagogy through transnational disciplines, transnational gateways. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. If you have any questions, please. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So, good evening, everyone present. Good evening, everyone. Respected co-convener, Professor B. Lavanya Madam. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. Dignitaries present and the research scholars and the students of College of Arts and Social Sciences. My name is Rohan. I am here to present a academic paper on the topic reinterpretation of history in the times of global changing order. So this I would like to keep it with the special reference to the Indian subcontinent. So mostly my paper deals, like as previous speakers, they have spoken about the traditional historiography, revisionist historiography. So I would like to talk about some aspect of other voices, how global power struggles have affected other voices, especially in the Indian subcontinent. The global power struggle in terms of American Civil War had led to the Deccan Riots of 1875. So this, an event taking across the Pacific, affecting the farmers and peasants of India, especially the non-elites, and this in turn affected the economical prospects of the weavers. Then moving on, I would like to shift towards a new topic which I guess hasn't been discussed much today, that is the pedagogical and methodological studies. In terms of history teaching, history it can't be taught in an isolated manner. It has to be taught in an interconnected manner. So we are not part of a colonial world or colonial government anymore. We have to teach in a democratic manner. This we can do by taking leverage of the technologies. For example, nowadays we talk about big data, data sciences, artificial intelligence. But I would like to extend my argument further to know about what the indentured laborers. The laborers who, because of the British, because of the European power, had to leave their motherland and to shift to a different country altogether. For example, Burma, the Mauritius, Caribbean. So here to study what kind of struggles they had to undergo, we have come up with different technological aspects, namely the deep mapping. Mapping, wherein we use geographical information system, a new aspect called as ARC GIS. So such kind of technologies, if we take into consideration to study how to make the studies more inclusive. So these are the different pedagogical approaches which I would like to convey over here. With this, I would like to conclude my topic. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Yes, my dear, open up. Open up your mouth now. You have come here to participate, in fact. You get my point? And we have come here to expound our knowledge and our experiences. Please, open up your mouth. At least then we go satisfied, in fact. And what services are we doing for the youth? We will feel very bad, you know. अरे एक भी student उठा नहीं, बात ही नहीं किया. अरे कितना बात करते हो आप लोग? When you are going outside, you talk so many things. Why don't you share with us here? I am going to give you answer. Professors are there here to give answers as much. रोज आज का जिंदगी खराब हो गया है. आज का जिंदगी से क्वेश्चंस उठाओ और हमसे बात करो. क्या हिस्ट्री बात करेगा? हम बोलते हैं क्या है. प्लीज. या देश नो शर्म आने की बात नहीं है. अरे आप आ जाओ, मैं तो आपको सैल्यूट करूंगा. बस. या. Yeah. Somebody is having. Thank you. Thank you, my dear.
Okay, so before I propose vote of thanks, I would like to invite our chair, Dr. Victor, to give some concluding remarks.
So I think you have heard both of them, and how history needs to be written, from translational and methodological point of view, right? Whether he says or I say, anybody says, there is a need to write history from total history point of view. We need to write history, and then if you have to write history from totalitarian point of view, total history point of view, then naturally your methods need to be different, your sources need to be different. So it may be oral sources, or it may be vernacular sources, or it may be interviews, maybe which you conduct with the living tribe, and to know now, ma'am spoke in the morning, about art, which they were wondering what it is. But the moment the tribe man saw that one, then he could figure out why it was used. It is there in his at the back of his mind. So in the same way, if we have to write history from total history point of view, then there is a need to use different sources, use different methodologies, and if you want to write history from international point of view, then there is also need to change history and methods, which Rikib also pointed out, taking a new technologies, using new technologies, how history can be written from geopolitics point of view. So with these few words, I thank the organizers, and then I would request her now to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. So my vote of thanks is going to be very brief and short. I would like to thank Professor G. Kupuram, because he has, given his transnational perspective. He has talked about the challenges, and also he has asked questions that were very introspective. And so, thank you, sir. That was, I think, self-awareness. And I would also like to thank Rohan, sir. Even his topic was also very interesting. He's talked about the marginalized during the colonial period, the indentured labor, because they didn't find any opportunities, they had to migrate, and they were in some other different place where they had their own struggles. So this was also a very transnational perspective. And I would also like to thank our chair, Dr. Victor, sir. Yeah, thank you for bearing with us. And I would also like to thank our professors, Professor P. Indira ma'am, who is the head of the history department, our convener, and Professor Lavanya ma'am, who is the co-convener for our program. So, and all the participants, and apologies if I have forgotten anyone's name. So thank you all, and for making today's program work. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, tomorrow also today was the first day, tomorrow also we have the sessions, 9 a.m. Yes, so please be present tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. Thank you one and all.